And before we continue, it is important for me to mention that this whole project was not built at one sitting. I did not record it from start to end at once. I recorded it section by section. So if you notice that at a particular section my voice has changed, or the configuration or the tabs that were open, the files that were open, how the browser and the editor were positioned has changed, or at the next session, because you are watching it as one video, you probably assume that they are continuous, like they are one, but no, I recorded them separately and then merged them. And there is no gap in the code. The code is like continuous. You write it and then you not get any error. And also it is important to mention that not all the templates that are used in this Django build were created during the front end. Some of them I copied and pasted the old templates to create new ones. And so if you download the templates from the front end link, you may not get all of them, but if you are watching this Django video and you want all the templates, then scroll down to the description below. There you find a link to this particular website where you see my Django template stored. You can give me a star, I will appreciate that. And then come into this movie review website templates. These are the templates we are using for this project, and so you can see that I have two folders in here. But you zoom in, I have two folders in here, and these new templates added in Django video are the templates that I created. It includes the navbar, and you get to understand these templates as you watch the video. But the other one too is the original template from front end, which includes the CSS and the images and the HTML files. You also get to understand where and how to use them in the course of this video. So yes, it was important that I mentioned this, and so let us continue. Welcome back, everyone. And so this is what we are going to build. We are done with the front end, and so let us build the back end with Django. So I'll go into, this is the directory where I want to create the project. I only have my virtual environment here, so what I'll do is to right click and open in terminal. That option, if it is not available for you and you are on Windows, you can click right here inside the address bar and type in cmd. That should open the command prompt in that directory for you. But I'll go with the git bash. But if you're on Mac or Linux, there should be a way for you to open the command prompt in that directory. So if I do, the first thing, of course, is to activate my virtual environment, which if you're on Windows and using the command prompt, it should be, if I list now, it should be // that is the backslash, because it uses the backslash as the separator in the command prompt, and go to scripts and then activate. This should activate it for you if you are on Windows and using the command prompt. But for Linux and Mac users, you may have to type something like this with me. So source and the name of the virtual environment. The separator is the /. You can see it here in the terminal. And then the same folder structure follows. Okay, I know that it's activated because of the VIRT at the top there, which is my virtual environment's name. So if I do a quick pip list, you should see that I have Django installed, and there's also Pillow. So those are the two that you just have to install. If you don't have them, you can do pip install Django, and then you add Pillow like this, and it will install them for you. But because I have it, I don't have to install them again. So first things first is to create the Django project. So I go by Django-admin and then start project, and the name of the project will be movie_review. So that is done. If we can check it to see that that one is there, so I can cd into movie review, And then here, the first thing I want to do is to open Visual Studio Code. So code dot, that will be the editor of choice for this tutorial. So we can see that our project is created here in Visual Studio Code. Let us go back to our terminal. Usually I like to duplicate the tab, so permit me to do that. I like to keep the server running at one side and then migrations on other things at the other side. So let me rename this to server. And then maybe this one to others. And let me quickly turn on my virtual environment and all the other things here also. Okay, so this is where I'll be doing my migrations and creating of the apps and all of those things. So the first thing is to create apps. So Python manage.py and then start app. The first app we'll create is called accounts, which will manage all the accounts for us. And we will also create one called movies, which we will store the movies and all the details in there. So I like to just clear. Maybe this is not so clumsy, so let me leave it like this. And then to check if everything is working correctly, we just have to spin up our server. So Python manage.py run server. And it's saying that you have not applied these migrations. That is not a problem. We'll do that very soon. But if I control click on this, this should tell me that the installation has worked successfully, and that is great. So let's come back maybe to VS Code and do some configuration. So first things first is to open our movie review, the app folder, and then come to settings.py. And then in here, let's do some settings. We will keep the main template or the default template of the templates of the project, not of the apps, the template of the project in a directory called templates. So base there and a directory called template. So that means that inside our base directory here, where we have all these folders and a database file, we will create another folder called template where we store our project templates. Okay, then let's come down and configure our static. So let's also declare where our static files will be stored, which is static files _dirs. And then this one we will need to is a list of paths. So we will have to declare it as a tuple. And so that will be os.path.join. And then in here, so we have to import os. And then we'll join base there with a directory called static. So that means that inside our base directory, there's also be a directory called static. Don't forget, we said this is multiple directories, so you have to put a comma here. Other than that, you get an error. And then the other thing that we have to do is to declare our media _URL. That is the URL that will be displayed in the browser when we are that will refer to our media files. And so I want to call it files. You can call it anything. And then we also have to declare the media root, which is the place where the media will actually be stored. And so that one too is os.path.join. And then we want to join base there once again with a folder called media, which is also not created. Let me be consistent with the quotes. I'm using single quotes throughout. So a folder called media. So we have to make sure that we have created all these folders. So templates, the media will be created by default if we upload a file, so we can leave that one. But the static, we have to create that one also. So static. Okay, so let's save. And then for the static files that we'll be using in this tutorial, we built it in a previous project. So the previous video, we built the static files there. So if you followed, then you should have the files. If you did not and you want to follow, you can follow that video before coming to this one. Or if you just still want the files to follow along, you can check the video's link in the description to take you to the GitHub link, GitHub page where you can get the files. So what I'll do is, because we'll not be adding all the templates at once, I want to create a folder called UI, which is a temporary one to be deleted when all the files in there have been taken away, where I'll keep all the templates that we used in the we built in the previous project. So all the HTML files, the CSS, and the images that we used, they are all here. Again, you can get them through the link in the description, or you can also follow the video to learn how to build it yourself. And so that one said, we will not have a problem. Let's come here and refresh our page and see we still don't have a problem. So let's go ahead and do some configurations. The first one is in our project's url.py file, urls, sorry. Here we will import, include, and even though we have not created those files, yes, we have not added any path, we still have to do this. So every path that goes with, or that starts with auth, we want to include accounts.urls. And then every path also that starts with, okay, let's make the first one an empty path, and then this one will be movies.urls. Okay. Sorry, you have to put a comma here. And so that is all for this urls.py file. And let us go ahead and create those two files in there. So inside accounts, just make sure that you create urls.py. And then inside here, what we do is from Django.urls, we want to import path. And then coming down, let's declare our URL patterns, which is an empty list for now. Okay, for the accounts, let's leave it empty for now. And then we'll do the same thing for the movies app. So inside there, to create a urls.py file where we paste the same code like this. But for the movies, let's go ahead and declare the first part, which leads to the home page. Here we have to say from .import views, because we need the views. And then for this one, it will be views.index. We have a function there for the home page, and then the name here will be home. Okay. So since we have this in here, let's go to inside our movies app, the views.py file, and let's define our index, passing request as always. And then in here, we just will say return render, and we want to render what is happening. And then the template is called index.html. Okay, so what it means is that inside our movies app, we should create a folder called templates, because we want to store templates specific to the apps also, so that it will be easy for us to do edits and debug. And inside my UI, I will drag my index.html into the templates inside the movies app. Okay, so now if I go to this page and do a hot reload, if everything works successfully, the page should change into that HTML file. Let's see if our server has a problem. Okay, there's a problem with the spelling of movies somewhere. Should that be in our urls.py file? So urls movie. Okay, I made a mistake here. I'm sure you spotted it. So If I now hot reload, okay, looks like there's another error. Okay, the same error, so let me break the server and start it again. Now let me do a hot reload, and it says template does not exist. Okay. And index.html does not exist. Why? Referencing movies.urls, and inside movies there's the path that leads to home, and that path is supposed to render index.html, which is found right here. So where is the error coming from? Okay, so it says here that Django tried loading these templates in order, so it is first checking the default templates. It didn't find it there. It also checked the template from the admin. It didn't find it there. And then it is checking for auth and those ones. So let's see what the issue might be. So back inside settings, let us see our templates. Yes, we are saying that it should allow the app directories, so that should not be a problem. Inside movies, let me just make sure that it's inside movies and it's called templates. Yes. And so why is it not working? It should work ideally. Okay, let me break the server and then run it again. Let me start from here. Still template does not exist. That should probably have something to do. If not with our main urls.py file, then it should be. So other part that goes to empty string include movies.urls. Okay. Okay, so I think I know the error, and you probably also got the same error, and that is because we forgot a very important step after you create a Django app. It is to come here and register the app. So the first app we want to register is movies. Okay, accounts first. So accounts.apps.accounts config. And then after that, we also register the movies also. So movies.apps.movies config. Okay, I'm sorry that skipped me. I'm very, very sorry. So now let's see. That's why it's not really recognizing accounts and those ones. It says no model called accounts. Okay. And so let's try again. And then this time around, it worked. Okay, so it was because the template was not found, the app was not registered. So, but you can see that it's raw HTML. So what we have to do is to properly fix in our static files. All these ones, we don't need them. I'll try and close as many as we don't need and keep this side too simplified. And so I have to open the static like this, and this UI also. I will grab the images, I will grab the script and the style.css and put them all inside static. And then inside the template, I'll have to properly load the static. So here I'll go load static, and then here I refer to the static file properly. So I'll go static and then the name like this. And when I save this and come back and do a reload, you see that everything comes out nicely like that. Okay, maybe I should do a hot reload because this is not how it's supposed to be. Okay, now everything comes as expected. With the exception of the images, fine, we can go ahead and link all the image properly using the static syntax, but because we do them in Django, we don't really have to bother ourselves that much. Okay, so the best place to start is from the beginning. So let us start first by registering our users. Let me close this one that we don't need for now. And so let us start by registering our users. For that, I am going to need we'll do that in the Accounts app. And then let's just first declare the path. So from dot, we import views again. Okay, and then we have path. This path goes to login, and then the view will be views.login_user. We can't use login because it's a reserved method in Django. And then the name, rather, we can use whatever we want here. So there will be the login, and this place will also have functionality for the logout. So that will be logout user. And then we also have functionality for the register, so that will also be register user. And then this place will be profile for the user profile, so profile. And then here we can say user_profile. And then this place will also be profile. Okay, so let us go and then create all of these views, inside the views.py of account. So the first one defined, and then that will be login_user, passing request as always, and then for now we return render, and then we render the template called login.html. Okay, so I can do that for the rest of the functions. Okay, so this one will be logout user, and this one we don't really need to render any template, so we can leave it like this for now. And then this one will be register user, and then I think this is redundant. Then here we can go for user profile, and that will render profile.html. But these ones are not really inside our template for the account. In fact, the account app does not even have a template directory. So inside account, let's create our template. And then in there, I will drag in login, profile, and register. Move. Okay, so if I now come back and do a hot reload, just make sure that our server is still running. Okay, and if I come to /auth/register, it says template does not exist, register.html. I did not expect this error. It looks like Django is not really loading the folder or the account folder into the URLs. And so let's go and see what is happening. We know we have movies here. I was looking for accounts. I didn't find it. So let's go into the urls.py for the project. That will be inside movie review urls.py. We are including accounts.url. Or is it because of the auth? I don't really know whether it's because of this prefix that is causing the problem, because we have also registered our app here, accounts. Okay, so let me see. accounts.urls. Let's give this thing a different name. Maybe let me just add h, one more h, and see if I change the URL whether it will work. Okay, it did work. I don't know why. Maybe the auth is a reserved one in Django. I don't know why it worked for the build as I built it offline. The demo, it worked, but now it looks like we have to give it a new name. So I'm really out of options here now. Maybe I'll leave it like this, auth with the H. If I think of a better name, I'll come back and change it. But for now, we leave things like this. Okay, so now we know that that one also works, but the interface is also not styled. And so we can repeat the same procedure we did for the templates inside movies, but you just know that we are repeating ourselves and it's not a good rule in programming. So what we can do is to perform template inheritance with Django. So what I'll do is that, you remember we said in our settings.py file that there is a folder called templates in the default base directory where our main things will be stored. So this folder here, I've created it again. So that is main.html will be our main template. So inside movies here, I'll go grab whatever is in index like this, come into main and then paste it. And then I don't need all that is in the header. I don't need all that is in the main. So I'll get rid of this. And then here I will reference the static file properly. So static, and then this is a style.css. And then this place too, I'll reference it properly. So that will also be static, and then script.js. But this title will change. So what we'll do is that we will declare blocks for each one. So block for title, block title, and then we have to end block for the title. End block title. Okay. And then, oh, that E should not be there. We have to repeat this process for the content. So we can say block content and then end block for content. Okay. And here we have to load the static, remember, so load static. Great. And then inside index, what we can do is to get rid of this part because we don't need it. You don't need it. Even the body is also here, so we don't need it here. And up to this point also. And then what we can do is to declare our blocks. So let me copy it from here, come in here, paste it. This one should be at the end here. And then we need a block for the title also. And then inside here, so once you save it, it starts coming in like that. So what I do is that I will put comments like this. So movie review website. And so let's come back, make sure that our server is okay. Then let's run it and see. Okay, it still didn't show the static. The CSS file seems not to be linked properly. So let's come back and see. Inside main, we are linking it properly. And so let me inspect the page source and see. Okay, I understand why it is doing so. And that is because we have not really extended it. So we have not told it to the index to extend from that base, the main template. So here we can say extends, and then the name of the template is main.html. Okay, so when we come back now and then hot reload, it throws an error. Block looking for end block, but the end block is also there. Or is it because it's on one line like this? Let me see. Hot reload, and then everything works well. So because it was on one line, it was having a problem. I don't know why that should be a problem. So this is it. We have it this way. And so let's go ahead and implement it for the register also. So inside accounts register, what we can do is that we clear this side. It's very similar to the index. So let me copy up to this point here. And then I know I have to include it with the body, but let me paste this one and then leave the body here. I will explain. And then close this body. We have to end block. Why I left this part here is that, you see, inside the main template, the body class is this. But inside the register is that one plus other three. And so if we don't have it this way, the register page will not behave like in the final build. So in order to go around this, I think we can, this is just a concept. If it doesn't work, we'll find other ways. And so we can add another block here. We'll call it maybe others, or maybe classes or something like that, but you can give it any proper name. And so when we come into register, we can paste that same class, that same block here, register, and then we paste it here. And then move these ones inside that block, so that inside index and code that we do not have these other classes, it will still behave well. It's just a concept. So let's come back to index, hot reload, and then everything works well. So let's go back to auth with double H, then register, and then this one too works well. If I take the class off, let me show you what will happen if I take it off. So if I take this one off, make it empty, save it, and then come back and hot reload, you see that it comes to this side, and that is not what we are expecting. We are expecting it to be in the center. So this is how you can also use these blocks. You can use them to like place anything anywhere that you want to pass on. So this one works well. So let's come back to our register, and then I don't actually even think that this block body should be there. The body tag should be there, because in that case we will having two body tags. I think so. I have not checked. So let me paste this block here. No matter where I put it, at least it will still fix it in. So if I go to page source, you see that I have a body, I have another body. It's not good. So let's fix that one. I pasted it there. So what I can do is to expand this body tag and then delete this class body, this one too, and save it. You remember what happened when I didn't put it on separate lines. So this one too, like this. Let's come back. Will register work? It did work. Let's inspect if it has only one page, one body tag. Okay, that's our only one body tag, but this is also being passed in there, and I don't know why. I was expecting it only to be injected inside our class. It does inject it for us in the body, but it also appears there. It's not so much of a problem, so we can leave it for now. Okay. Inside our register, it is a form, so the first things first is to enable our CSRF token, because it will be a post. And then, speaking of post, let's set the method to post. Okay, inside there, let's change the URL, configure it properly. So we already have the login URL, so let's set it to a URL of login. Okay, and so that is all for this one. We can close them, and inside our views here, where we register the user, we first have to check that if request dot method equal to post, that means the user is actually submitting a form. This is a double equal sign. You're not writing JavaScript. And so for now, let me put these 3 dots for now. And that is because when we create a user, we also create a user profile. And so what I want us to do is to create the user profile model so that we can create the user when we can create the profile when we create the user. So that will be a class called user profile. I'm creating this inside accounts models.py. So that would be models.model. Okay, the first field will be an ID field, which will be models.uuid field. And before I can use UUID, let me import UUID. You don't have to install it, you can import it from Python straight. And then here I will say that this is our primary key, so primary key equal to true. And then I can say that the default is UUID.UUID4, and then set the editable to false so that it will be very, very restricted. You can't even find it to edit it. And then maybe we can, I don't know whether we can set the length, because usually the default length, maybe maximum length to 15, but I don't want it to be too long also. Okay. And then the next field is the person, which links to the user who is being created. And then so that will be models.foreign key, and that will link to a user model. And then we can set the onDelete to models.cascade. That means that if we delete a user, delete the user profile also. And then here we can see a related name to be equal to profile. That means that if we want to access the profile of a particular user, we can just use user.profile, and that because we have set a related name here as profile. If we set this one to person, we can say user.person, but to me, profile is a better option. You can put any name there. And so we have to import the user model from Django.contrib.auth.models. Import user. Okay, and then the user's avatar also, which is the profile picture. That will be models.image field, and a few options here, upload to, and then we can say user_avatars. This means that inside our media root, which we specified as a folder in the base directory called media. Remember, we did those settings at the beginning of the video, and so it will create a folder called user avatars in that folder and put all the user avatars profile pictures in there. We can also specify a default here. Let's say user.jpg. How this works is that inside that same folder, if you have an image called user.jpg, if somebody creates an account without a profile picture, you can that Django will use that one as the default profile picture for the user. Okay. We don't have that folder yet, so, but I will still leave it there just to show you. And then inside this str, we want to return in an f string and say profile of, and then here will be self.person.username. Remember, it's not user permissions, user name, so that we can see it well at the Django admin side. And then after that, we have to open admin.py, and then from .models, we want to import user profile, not user profile. And here we go and say admin.site.register, and we want to register the user profile. Okay, speaking of which, we have to make migrations before. Other than that, if we try to create a user, we'll run into an error. So I'll close the server. Okay, and then come to this place and go Python manage.py. You don't have to have two terminals open. You can do it in the other one as well, but I just love to keep things this way. And so the migration has been performed, so you can go Python manage.py migrate, so that it will create the user table for us, and then we will have a place to create our user. That being done, I want us to create a super user, so that will be Python manage.py create super user. To ask for the name is Codebase, and the email address is tomiscodebase@gmail.com, and then the password is a super creative password. Type it again, and the super user has been created successfully. So I can now come back and spin up our server. Okay, so let me open another instance here. And then here, go to /admin. And if I log in as Codebase, I should be able to access, yes, and I have accessed it like that. But I saw something on the register page. What we passed in to be the extra classes for the body tag is also being rendered here. And so we have to fix that. Inside our template register, so maybe we can't do this. So what I'll do is I'll create another div, which will wrap everything. So another div, which will wrap everything, and then inside that div, I'll rather put this one here. I know this is not the best of solutions, but let's just hope that it will work. Okay, it did work, it's centered, but that one is not there. Let me check the page source. Okay, we don't have anything like that written there for us. Okay, that is great. So that is cool. I still have a body there with a div, and so I think it is cool. Okay. So the first user that I will be creating is Carrie. If you have followed my tutorials for a while, you know that these are the names that I use for all my Django stuff. It is purely, if it resembles anybody's name, it's a pure coincidence. Carrie at mounts.me, and then the password is already stored, so, and I will choose a profile picture. And then submit. Okay. I don't really know why I clicked the submit, because we have not really implemented the logic here. You remember, we just stopped to go and create the profile, and then we are thinking, I was thinking that we did that one. So if that is the case, then username, we have to get the credentials that the user passed in through the form. So that will be request.post.get, and I want to get username, and that is because inside the form, those are the names that were given to the HTML element. They are all here like this. So that's what we are getting. So I can duplicate this line for a number of times. So we have the one for the email. We have one for the first name. Last name. And then here will be, okay, we have password, and then this one too will be password 2. Okay. And for the images, we get them differently. And to do that, let me go ahead and say import some few things, some error that might occur. So from Django.utils.data structures import the multi-value date key error. It's an error that usually occurs when you're uploading files, especially if you have not configured your files properly in the settings.py and the urls.py of the application. And then we'll use some stuff also, so let me go ahead and import them. So from Django.contrib.auth, we want to import login, logout, and authenticate. Okay. And so we raise a try except block for the image try, and then we say that avatar equal to request.files, and then we look for avatar. And then here we can say that except the multi-value date key error, then we can set the avatar to none. And then when this is done, what we want to do is that we also have to check if the two passwords that the user passed in are the same. So password equal to password 2. That is only when we want to register the user. Then we can say that a user that we are creating equal to user. I have not imported the user model also. So let me import it. So that will be from Django.contrib.auth.models import the user model. So that will be user.objects.create user, not create user. And then we will pass in, there are many ways to do this, but I usually pass in the username first, and then I pass in the password also, which can be any of the passwords because the two are the same. And then after that, what I do is I say that the user.firstname, I set that equal to the first name, and then user.lastname, not last login, last name, I set that also to be equal to last name. Then user.email, that should be equal to the email also. What have we not done? And then I think that is all. So we can just say user.save. We have to save the user because we need it to create the profile. And after that, we also create the user's profile. Here I also have to call profile, which is equal to user profile. I will have to import this. And then here we pass in two things. The ID is auto-generated, so we pass in the person to be equal to the user, and then the avatar to be equal to the avatar that we have here. Okay, then we can do profile.save, and then because the user is created successfully, we can log in the user. So this is how we log in. So request, and then user, and then we can redirect the user to the home page after they are logged in. So return redirect to home. So we have to import the redirect also from Django.shortcut. So redirect like this. That is great. But when we create the user, we will still not maybe be able to upload profile picture because we have not really configured it properly in our project. So we come to movie review, that's the projects folder. And then inside this place, we have to make some configuration. First thing is to do a few imports. So from Django.conf, we want to import settings. Okay, those settings that are in our settings.py. And then from Django.conf.urls.static import static. And then, okay, that is all we need. Those are all the imports we need. And then for Django, we configure the static files differently in production and in deployment. In development and in deployment. So we say that we are in development if the debug mode is set to true. So inside our settings.py file, inside our application, when you scroll up, you will see that debug is set to true. In production, we will turn this one off to false. But if this is true, then it means we are in development. So what we say here is that if settings.debug, in Python, you know that this one means that if settings.debug is true, then to our URL patterns, we add the path to our static and media also. So our media also, we add it to the URL patterns for the entire application. So that will be static, and then here we say settings dot media underscore URL, and then we can say here that the document underscore root, that should be equal to settings dot media underscore root. Okay, that should be an underscore. So with this done, we are sure that our images or our static stuff, images, videos, whatever we will be uploading will be uploaded correctly. So now we can go ahead and test our logic, but before then I will have to log out here because the user will be logging in afterwards. So that'll be let me also refresh to make sure that the latest updates that we have done will be taken into consideration. So that'll be carry here, carry at mount.me. The password is this one. Also, let me choose the profile picture and then submit this one. So if this one works, you should be directed to the home page. Okay, so we know that it worked. If we come back to this place, log in again as codebase, login, we will see that inside user profiles, we have one profile for carry mount. So we know that the user was even created. So carry is also here created as a user. So the next step is to implement the login for the user. So to make that work, what we do is that we will just say that this home page, you must be authenticated before you access the home page. That will not be the case, but we just want to use this as a proof of something. So inside the movies app, the views.py, let's restrict the home page to registered users now. We'll take it off very soon when we implement the login logic. So from Django.contrib.auth.decorators, we want to import the login required decorator. And then here we can say at login required, and then pass in the login URL to be login. Remember, we have created a login URL over there. So since I logged out, if I refresh this page, it should take me to the login page. And you already know what we have to do here. So let's go ahead and configure our static also. So inside templates, I think we have done it for the register. So the login page, if I open it for you, you also see that it also has these extra classes here. So I'll come and then copy from here. And even that one, there's a P5 also there, which is a padding of 5. So when I paste it like this, I'll add a padding of 5. And then I'll have to end block here. So end block of content. But I have to close this div here. Okay. And then this is movie review. Let's make it something descriptive. Login. Or maybe the login should maybe come first. Okay. Did we do same for the register? I don't think so. So register, and then that one comes in also. So when we come back and refresh, we should see a beautiful page like that. It says auth login. Block tag with name content appears more than once. The disadvantages of copy and paste, they should be end block. Okay. Okay, everything loads with the exception of the image. So let's go and fix it. Here, we also have to link it because the images are in our static. So we just have to say static, and then we paste in this image. But don't forget also that there's a form here. So, and we don't need this A tag. When we were building it, we made it that way. It can be a simple P tag. And then the form, the method should be post. And then let's add our CSRF token here also. There's something that I have noticed. Something skipped me when we were creating the user. If the upload of the user's profile picture worked correctly, we should have seen a media folder here which contains the media. So let's work on this, and then I'll go and fix that one. So now that this has been done, let me go ahead and then change this URL here to URL, and then I think the name was register. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead, refresh. And then there's this error. I encountered it during the build, and I think it has to do with the formatting. Okay. Ideally, there should be space here and here, but if I put it there and save it, I think it's prettier or something like that. It brings it back. So let me see if I disable prettier. How do I disable it for just this file? that is a problem. So what I was doing was that I'll open it in Explorer, and then make sure that this one is saved, and then inside the Explorer, that should be here, I'll open it up in a notepad, and then inside notepad I will now edit it. Okay, I'm sorry I have to do it this way. If you have any other way that I can do it in VS Code, I think that would be greatly appreciated. You can put that in the comments. And so I have to now come here and save it. And then if I do it this way, when I come back, you see that the spaces I'm looking for are there. And then I can come back and then hot reload. And that is still there again. It is complaining that it doesn't know the static tag, but that should be inside the main.html. Let's just load the static tag again. Let me try and then force it with comments. Okay. Okay, now it is becoming, I think it's becoming confused, because usually, I'm not sure this is the, okay, I saved it in here. So that is the pain. I have to do this change every time I make changes to the file and I mistakenly save it in VS Code. I'll have to come here and then manually input these spaces here. Let me come back, hot reload. And then it is still throwing these errors. Okay, so extends must be the first. So let me come back here and then bring it here. This one should have been here. Not here. I'm very sorry I have to do this thing here. I'm very, very sorry. And so let me hot reload. And now the image comes. So that is the pain I have to go through to get the image working. Maybe there should be a way to disable the prettier temporarily while I work on this single file. You can put it in the comments. I'll be really, really happy. And so now that this is done, if I log in correctly as codebase, that nothing will happen. And that is also because in the views for the accounts where we are logging in, we have not implemented anything. So login user, this one will be very close to this one. So let me just copy it. And then we only need the username and the password. Okay, and then here we can say that user equal to authenticate. The authenticate we imported at the top there, and then username will be equal to username, and then password, we set that also equal to password. Okay, and then we check that if a user was found. So if user is not none, then we first log in the user, and then we can return redirect to home. That is where the logged in user should go. So in the case where a user is not found else, here we can return a particular error to the login page saying that an error occurred and all that. But I'll not do that in this build. I've done that in previous builds on this channel. You can check my, this channel features project-based playlist. So there's a playlist for a blog app that has post sharing by mail. and all that. So I've implemented all those functionalities there. For this place, I'll keep it simple like this. So this should be able to log in our user. So let's go back to our page, refresh, just make sure that everything is working well, click on login, and then I am at the home page. So if it worked correctly, then if I refresh the admin page, I should also be logged in as Codebase, and that worked for me. So let's fix that error that the user had. So if I come to, not this place, if I come to user profiles and profile of Carry Mount, you should see that the avatar has no file chosen. So even though I chose a file, it was not properly uploaded. So I'll log out here because we'll be creating another user very soon. Okay, I don't know why it is taking forever to log me out. And that is because in the register.html, for this to work, we just have to add this line, enc type, which is a multi-part.form data. We were supposed to add this thing and I forgot. So make sure that this one is added there. Now you see that there is no folder here called media. When we create another user and it works successfully, that media folder should be there with a folder inside called user profile, user avatars, where the user's avatar will be stored like we specified in the model for the user profile. So what I'll do is to go to slash, if I refresh, I think I should be sent to the login page where I can access the register. And then another user I usually use is Paul Mills. And then Paul Mills is also there, so that'll be paul@mills.me, and then the password is already stored. So let me choose a picture for Paul. Now a picture has been chosen. If I submit, I come to the login page, so I know that I've been logged in successfully. If I come to this place, now you see that there's a media folder here. I did not create it, it was created when it was uploaded. And then Paul's profile picture is in there. So that is how to get it done. And so unfortunately, Carry will not have one unless we manually do that in the admin.py. So let me log in again and do that for Carry. So user profiles of Carry Mount, and I'll choose one. So now Carry has a profile picture attached. That is great. And so let us implement the logout functionality also. For the logout is by far the simplest of methods I've ever encountered in Django. So that one you just have to call logout and then you pass in request. That is all. It is done. It will log the current user out. But we want to redirect to the login page. That is where we want the user to be redirected to when they log out. So let us come back into our movies, templates, index.html, and then with the Control F, we can search for login.html, because that is where the logout lead to. So in the build, this is where we redirected the logout to. So when you click on this, it will take you to the login page. So I will change all occurrences into the proper Django URL format. And so I'll say here that URL and then login. Okay. Change it for all occurrences because there's one for the mobile nav and then there's one for the desktop nav bar. And so this one will not really be a problem. We can log in again. So if I come to profile here and then there is a problem because here I should rather link to the logout URL, not the login. And so changing all occurrences, I will change this one to logout and save. Come back, refresh. and now it is done properly. So when I click on logout, it takes me to this place. I can log in as pmails, log out, I can log back in as carry, and then log out. So that part is also done. In the next section, we will go ahead and implement the movie model, and then all the functionalities that have to do with the movies, how to get the movies rendered on our page here, and all that accompanies it. So meet me there, and then let's continue. All right, so let us work on the movies. So inside movies and then views.py, we will first remove this login required. It was just to prove something. And then we will go ahead and create the models for the movie stuff before we come back to this view. So inside that same movies app, come to models where we build all our models. And I want us to make some imports even before we start creating the model. So we need UUID, so let's import UUID. And then import the user model, so that will be from Django.contrib.auth.models. We want to import user. After that, we also need some kind of validators for the rating, so the minimum and maximum validators. So that will come from Django.core.validators. Here we want to import the minimum value validator, and then we also want to import the maximum value validator. So as I said, these are what we will use to validate our rating. So it should be a minimum of 1, maximum of 10. And then we also need to import some averaging functions. So that will also be from Django.db.models. We want to import the average, AVG. We use it for averaging. You know, when we add a new rating to a particular movie and we want to display the overall rating, we have to average everything in there. So that is what we'll be using this for. And we need the user profile model also, because we'll be linking it from here. So from accounts.models, we want to import the user profile model. Okay, so let us start creating our models. The first one is the movie, obviously. Narrating from models.model. And the ID here will be models.uuid field, and it will be the primary key. So we set the primary key to true, and then the default, as I always use, is uuid.uuid4, and then we will set the maximum length of this one also to 15. We don't want so many, a very long text ID in there. And editable, as always, will be set to false. Okay. The next column is the title. And the title will be a char field or a character field, so models.char field. And this one, let's set the maximum length to maybe 120. You can put any number here. And then it will have a slug also. So every movie that we upload will have a slug, and we'll use the slug. You can use that one for the URLs, rather, it makes it nicer. So the slug will be equal to models.slug field. And then this one to the maximum length. Let's set this one a little bit higher than the maximum length for the title. So let's make, if that one is 120, let's make this like 180. And then we can go ahead and then say now it's true for now. Let's put now to be true for now. So it is not compulsory to give it a slug. And then blank is also true. And then we will set it, you know, what if two users upload a movie with the same title? I don't know how that is not possible and how also it is possible, but it looks like it can be possible. Two movies with the same title. And so we will have to set a uniqueness on this particular field so that we can say that unique for date, and then we can choose a particular date here. We will set it to the created underscore at field, which we have not yet created, but we'll create it very soon. That means that if the same title is uploaded for multiple movies, movies with the same title are uploaded, let's find a way of it will make it unique for each of the dates so that there will not be any conflict when you want to make queries to the database. And then we set the owner, who is the one who uploaded the movie, who is the models.foreign key, and we set this to user. And then on delete, we set it to models.cascade, which means that if I delete a user, delete all the user's movies as well. And then here we can say that the related name, which we can use to make database queries, is movies. That means that for a particular user, I can say user.movies just to get all the movies that the user has uploaded. And the image also, which is the next field, is, or let me just probably, okay, I just hope you still see the wrapping should not confuse you at all. The next field is the image field, which is models.image field. And then this one, remember the first one we uploaded to user avatar, so this one we will upload to movies. So there should be a folder in there called movies that will upload all the thumbnails to. And then this one, I don't really want us to set, or we should just put a default value there, even though it will not exist. So default, that should be maybe default underscore background.jpg, even though I will not put a default image there, but I think if you get to know that this is also possible, that is nice. And then the producer, remember the form that we created, it had all these fields there that we have to fill. So producer, that will also be a models.char field. And then we can set the maximum length of this to 100, maximum for the producer's name. And the rest of the fields, I think the year, the category, they are all character fields, so I can duplicate it. So the year is here, and the year, we are not using the dates field for it because throughout the app, we are not really using the date for anything. So I just chose to use char field like this, and then maximum length to 4. But if you want to use the date for other things, you can maybe say year equal to models dot, and then there is a whole lot of things for dates that we can use, but I'm just keeping this one simple. And then the next one is the category. And that one too is a model.char field. And then let's set this one's maximum length to maybe 25, because they are not so long, maybe 50, just to be safe. And then the next one is the description, which is a models.text field, so that we can put in large text. And then the last one, which is the field that we have referenced at the top there for our Slack, which is the created at. We need a time that this movie was uploaded. We will use it for sorting. So this one is models.datetime field. Remember I told you that I made it a character field for the year because I'm not using the date anywhere to do anything. But for this one, I'm using the date for sorting according to recent uploads. So I need to use a proper datetime field for that. So, and inside here, I'll say auto now add is true. So whenever a new instance is created, just note it down there. So this place, we don't have to fill it with our own data. Django will do that for us automatically. And so let's define the string representation that we use in the str, and this one will be returning self dot in an f string, and then we will say we refer to maybe the movie title, so self dot title uploaded by, and then here we can say self dot owner. Okay, so that we know who uploaded which movie. And then the next one that we will create is the rating. So let us come down and then class rating. And this ID will remain the same. So let me just copy this one, paste it in here. And we have to link to a particular movie because the movie, the rating will be about a particular movie. So a movie will be models.foreign key. And this one, we are linking it to movie, which is up there. And we also want to specify the on delete stuff. So that will also be models.cascade. And related name for useful database queries, that will be ratings. So if I want to get all the ratings of a particular movie, I can just say movie.ratings, and it will be as easy as that. And then now the rating field itself, which is a models.decimal field, and the maximum digit here is 4, and then the decimal places is 2, and then let's set a default for whenever a movie is created, which is 1.0. And then another thing we have to do is the validators. Remember, I told you that we are importing the validators at the top there to use for validation. So that will be a Python list, and we say that the minimum value validator is 1.00. And then the maximum value validator here should be 10.00. So there is no way that it should exceed this. There is no way it should exceed it. Okay. So if you are trying to put a rating which is more than 10 or less than 1, that should not be possible. Okay, so let me explain this rating field. I think this maximum digits means that the maximum number of digits, including those before or after the decimal point, should be 4. So I cannot have a number like 1 point, or maybe say, let me do that. I cannot have something like 5.55667 or something like that. I can't because the maximum should be 4 and this is 5. So this one will not be possible, probably to round up to 6 or 5, 7 like this. And then the number of decimal places here is also 2. So that means that ideally, I cannot even have a number like this here. It can only be 5.57, or if you want to round it, it should be 6 because the maximum decimal places should be 2. So the 4 is there to cater for the cases of 10 where it will be 10.00. That means that there's 1 and then a 0 making 2 digits, and 2 zeros here making it 4. So that is it. The maximum digit that can go here is 4, which is 10.00. The rest is also like this, just that it will not put a 0 here. It will not make sense. But this one should be 3. We don't have any limit for the minimum digits, but this one is 3 digits, and this is 4, which is the maximum 10. Okay, I hope you have understood that part. So once again, our string representation. So, and then this place will return self, as always, an F string, and then we will say rating of rating, and then pass in the rating. So self.rating for, and then here will be self.movie. Okay. If you're wondering why we are not doing maybe self.movie.title, because I think somewhere we have done self.user.username, that means that is because if we call self.movie, remember that this is what we render, and so that would be like the movie name itself. So just it will be a descriptive something. That is why we are not actually putting the title or something like that. Okay. The next one that we have to create is the comment. So the actual comment on the movie that the user is making. So class, and then we can see here that comment. This one to models.model as always, and then our ID field remains the same. So let me paste it down there, and then the person who is giving the comment is models.foreign key. And this is a user. The usual stuff, the onDelete models.cascade, which means that when you delete a user, delete all the comments of the user. And then related name. I'm just hoping that we can keep track of all of our related names because we're becoming a lot. So this one will be comments. So I can just say user.comments to get all the comments of a particular user. And then the next one is a movie, which is also a foreign key. So models.foreign key. And then this one to link to movie, the one that has been created up there. And onDelete, as always, we onDelete models.cascade. And then related name. This one too should be, ironically, this should be reviews. We are not putting comments there because you know that we have given comments here. So even though we can put comments here and it will not be a problem because this one will be movie.comments and this one will be person.comments or user.comments. But just to keep things a little bit out of the confusion zone, let me use reviews here because technically it is a comment, but on the front end, you know, we are calling it a review. So that shouldn't be so far from deviation. And then this one, the profile of the person who gave the comment, you get to know why we need it when we get there. It's models.foreign key. And this one will link to the user profile and the usual stuff of onDelete, which is models.cascade. And then the related name, not related query name, related name. This one should be comments underscore profile. So if we have a particular profile, so profile.comments underscore profile, that should give us the particular so if you want all the comments that a particular user has made, or on the user's profile page like that, you can just use this one to get all the comments that that particular profile has made on a particular movie, on all the movies in the database maybe. So the rate for the comment, you know, the comment should go with the rate, and so this rate is linking to the rate at the top there. So it turns out to be that this model is mostly of a foreign object. So foreign key dot foreign key, and then this is linking to rating. onDelete is models.cascade, and then related name is rate. So, but this one, we have to set blank equal to true. And then now equal to true. Even though it should not be, ideally it should not be blank, but we have to set this one to, or let me maybe expand this one so that it will make sense. When we finish, then I'll bring it back to normal, half the screen. So this one should not be null, but we have to make it null because of how the logic for the creation of a comment is, and you get to understand it very soon when we get to that part in the views. Okay, so this one we want the created field, which will be models.date time field. Date time field, not date field, date time field. I want the date and time. And so here auto now, that should be true. And then if it is modified, because we will allow users to modify it also. So modified, that will also be models dot another date time field. But that one auto, sorry, to now add should be true. Okay. So that is it for our models. Let me copy this one here. And then this one we will return comment self dot comment. Did we actually? We have not created a field for the actual comment. So after the rate, let's just put comment here, which will be models dot text field, like that. Okay. So self.comment for self.movie, that should be okay. But you know that when we want to get all the average ratings for a particular movie, we have to kind of get all the individual ratings which link to a particular movie and then find the average. But you can see here clearly from our movies or our movie model that there is no link to the rating, but rather the rating has a link to the movie. I know you may have questions why I didn't add a rating, foreign key to it or something like that, but you will get to understand it very, very soon. And then we'll see how we will work on that one when we get to this part. So now back to our views inside movies views.py. We have to now implement the functionality. So let's first implement the functionality to add a movie so that we can add movies and then display them. Add a movie. So define add underscore movie and pass in request as always. And then here, if request dot method is post, if the user willingly submits a message through a form, then we, okay, should be request. Then we have to get the title, which is request dot post dot get, and then we pass in the key here, which is title. Okay, and that is only possible because inside our templates, okay, let's add the add movie template here. Just move it. And then it is only possible because inside here, where the form is, okay. I want us to do something with the inheritance again. You see that all the bodies that you are copying have a header. This header that should be, it's repeating in most of the areas, and that should not be the case. But this particular page, the add movie page, has a different header, so I don't think what I'm saying really applies. We have to leave it here for it. And then when we get to the other places that we can apply inheritance, we do so. But all the rest, the other stuff that we're doing for index and co will apply. So I'll copy this part. And then inside, I'll paste it. And then I'll end the block here. Okay, this was supposed to cover the body also, so like that. And then let me go and end block. Okay. And then let's make sure that we have a valid URL that points to the add movie. So here we can define another path and then say add movie. This one will be views.addMovie, and then the name also will be add underscore movie. Okay. And let's see whether we can, once we refresh, everything is all right. Add movie, we have not really implemented that, so that will not be found. So let's do the inheritance. We will need it at this point. So inside index, you see that the nav bar, which is the header here, we use it on that page, and I think other pages like the movie review page and all. So cut this part and then come into your template, project template. Here I'll create a file called main navbar.html and paste this thing that you copied in there. And then you can save it, and at the top there we'll be rendering pictures in there. So let's just load static. We'll need it at along the line. So load underscore static. So let's save it. And then in here inside index.html, what we can do is we can say include, and then want to include main underscore navbar.html. Okay, so I have to give some comments to force it to come to the next line. And so if everything worked correctly, when I do a hot reload, I should still see the navbar there. Okay, and our navbar is still there working correctly, so we know that that also worked inside index. And then now we can come into main navbar like this, and then when we change the URL here, we know that we are changing it for all the pages. So this href that goes to home, let's put it there properly. So that will be a URL that leads to home. Remember that URL is created. And so we can copy the syntax and then Control F to find add movie. I think that was the name of the HTML. So if we say add movie.html, okay, this one will appear like at least two times because of the mobile nav. So I can select all, right click, and then change all occurrences, and then paste in this URL like this, and then change this one from home to add underscore movie. Okay, remember that's the URL name that we gave it here, so that is why we are assigning that name. And so if everything now worked correctly, if I do a hot reload just to make sure that everything is working, the server is not broken, I click on add movie, it should take me to the add movie page, which gives us an error, which is completely fine, because what we did is that we have not actually returned any template that it should render here. So I can now say return render, and then pass in request, and then the name of the template is add movie.html. Okay, so now if I come back here, and then it says it's returned none, but if I do a hot reload, assuming our server has not broken, now that page should render for me, so that is great. And so I can come back to add movie.html, and then in here, remember it is a form, so post form, so let's assign the method to be post, And remember, we'll be taking images, so enc type, that will be multi-part / form data. And then you know that we also have to pass in our CSRF token. Okay, so now we are getting the title, we will also get the image, and then we will get the producer, all of them by the names like this. Okay. And so let us get back to it. Let me close the main navbar. Anything that you're not using at the moment, the models, let's keep it, the URLs too. I think all these ones, apart from the index, are not relevant to what we are currently doing, so I'll leave them there. So after we get the title, we also, remember we have to get the owner for a particular movie here. But we don't need the owner from a form. We can get the owner from the logged in user, because this is only a privilege for registered users. So we can say that the owner is equal to request.user. And to make this thing possible, then we have to make sure that if the user is not logged in, they will not actually see the option to add a movie. And so we'll go back to the navbar and then add it, but let's complete this page for now so that we don't just be jumping around and doing stuff. So remember how we accept images. So image equal to request.files, and then in there it is called image. And then we have to catch the multi-value date key error. So let me import it from here. So from Django.utils.data structures, we want to import the multi-value date key error. Great. So accept the multi-value date key error, where we will set the image to be none. And then we also need to get, so I can simply copy this part and then paste this one here. And this one, instead of title, this one will be producer. And then we can duplicate it for the year, the category, the description. So the year, category, and then the description. And so after we get all of this like this, then we can come here and say that a particular movie equal to movie. I think we have to import this model. Okay. And then the title equal to title /. Remember, we are getting the / for the movie, which we even said that it should be optional. But I think that part should really not be there. It will not really spoil it. But I think I should remove this null and blank. It's redundant. We don't really need that part to be null, but let's keep it there for now. I shouldn't have added it. I'm sorry. And then there's a function called slagify that can slagify a text for us. So in here we just pass in the title, and then it will slagify it for us. And then the next object, owner, owner, that should be equal to owner. And then image equal to image. We also set producer to be equal to producer. And we also set year to be year. we also set the category to be category, and then last one, the description to be the description. Okay, but we have to import this Slagify, so that should be from Django.utils.text import Slagify. So that will create a Slag from our title for us. If you don't know what a Slag is, let's say I have a title like hello or hello world news, something like that. A Slag of this will be hello -world -news. You may have seen it in website URLs a lot of time. It's just a nice way to let the user know which one they are working. It's just a nice way to format a path. So that is the Slag. And then after this movie has been created, we have not yet saved it. So let's just go movie.save. Even though I said last one when I went to the description, but you already know that we also have to create a rating for the movie. So rating is rating. We have to import that one also. Here we set the movie to be movie, the movie we just created. So every newly created movie will have a rating automatically assigned, and then that particular rating will be a float of 1.00. So we want to give a rating of 1.0 to every movie that will be created by default. Okay. So make sure to import rating like I've done. And then after that, I can also save the particular rating. So rating.save. And then we'll return redirect to the home page. But in case you want to also redirect the user to the same page so that they will upload another one, you can modify the code as such. But for now, this part is done. So remember that we need the owner here to be not an anonymous user. We need an actual user who is in our database to be able to upload a movie. So let's come back to the navbar, which in this case is the main navbar. And then let's make sure that the person should only be a logged in user before they can upload a movie or see the upload movie button. So I will do Control F and say add movie. I should be finding something like that. Okay, so there's the add movie button here. And here, I think this whole section here for the add movie and even the profile, because if you are not logged in, why should you even see a profile? You wouldn't even have one. So I'll select this place where I see the add movie button like this, and then up to the profile, and then I'll cut it. And then in Django, I can actually perform the checks inside the template file like that. So all I have to do is to say that if user, of course, bring the Ginger stuff. So if user or if request dot user dot is underscore authenticated, this one means that render what is afterwards, what is following, if only the user is authenticated. But let me close this tag because I usually forget to do so. Here I can go end if, and then I paste that particular logic that I cut earlier on inside. So this will only render if that particular user is authenticated. But I think there is another add movie that we have somewhere in our code. So you let me still search for add movie. And then there's one for the desktop navbar, and then there's one for the mobile nav. So I think we just worked on the desktop navbar. Let me look for the mobile nav. It is right here. So here is a button for add movie and profile stuff. So this place too, from this side up to this place, it should be for authenticated users. So if request.user.is_authenticated, then show this. If not, don't show it. So let's end if, and then paste in our code and save this file, and then come back to our template like this. Come back to the home page. Everything is working correctly. I assume that I'm logged in. That is why I'm seeing this. So if I come to that is why I'm seeing this. So let me click and then log out. Okay, so I came to this place. Now I don't need to be logged in to access the home page. So when I access this, see that the add movie is gone. If we check the mobile, that one too is gone. So there is we are safe now that the person can only upload the movie if they are logged in. Okay, so now let's go back to our HTML file. So now let's continue our logic here. We don't really need the app in full view. We are now writing logic, so permit me to put it at the side. They're very small like that. And so add movie here. Now I'll want to log in, so I'll come back to /auth/login, and then log in as code base so that I can see the add movie and access that page. Okay, so now we will test and see if a movie was uploaded successfully. And to know the movie was uploaded successfully, let us now also call all movies that are in the database and then render them on the home page like that. So for that one also, we will now say that movies equal to movie.object movie.objects.all, just to call everything for now. And then here we will pass in the template dictionary that will be rendered on that will pass to our template. So that one we can see that the key of movies refers to all movies. Okay, so what this means is that we have to come into our index.html inside the movies app where we are rendering the home page. And then here where we scroll down till we see right side, we have a particular movie card. So many movie cards like that. So what we have to do is to select all and then delete them. Okay, but we still need one, so please don't delete everything. We need one. So let's just save it and make sure that we have one. So we may have to transition back to the home page. And then let me refresh this. And you see that we only have one. That is great. And so because we are passing a particular movie, what we can do is that we can put this in a for loop and say that we are passing movies, all the movies. We can say that for movie in movies, and then we can come here and end for, and then paste this thing in there. And then Django, this for loop allows us to pass in a particular text if the list we are trying to render is empty. Where is the movies? Okay. So before the end for, we can actually put an empty tag here. So if we say empty, and here we can put a p tag or something like that that says there are currently no movies in the, okay, there are currently no movies. And here we can get any of the styling for p tags and give it to it. Maybe this one. So we just come here and say class equal to, then paste it. I don't really know how this one will look like, but maybe you can give it a text of p green, and then maybe text for Excel. We have something like that. There's 2 Excel, and then we can make it a font bold. Yeah. This margin top, we don't really, maybe we need it. So when we save everything now, let's refresh and see. Okay, there's no search table, movies, movie, and it makes sense because we have not yet migrated these changes and we are trying to access it. So back to this place, we can now run python manage.py make migrations, and then these things are now, and then python manage.py migrate to migrate them. Okay, so let's come back, break our server, control command C, and then restart it. Okay, so in here, when we now try to load the page, it should come, and then now there are currently no movies. Okay, so let us now start adding some movies inside our database. Add movie, and I have the movies here I use for the demo. Those are the same movies I'll be using again. The title is the equalizer. The director is, or the producer. This producer should be director rather, or producer, but whatever. I got the details from IMDb, and so this one like this, and then the year is 2014, and the category for this one is action, and then for the description is a man who believes that believes he has put his mysterious past behind, and then all those things that follow. But let me choose the image also. So this is it. If we submit it and everything is working correctly, we should be redirected to our home page, and the movie got an unexpected keyword owner. Okay, so there should be something that is not working here. So back to our models. Oh, I made a mistake here, put double N. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure you already figured that one out. And so what I'll have to do is to make migrations again. So yes, it was renamed, and then now make migrations. Okay, hoping that it will not really spoil anything. Come back and then save, and then now it's working. It didn't say there are no movies in the category in the database, but it's not the movie's title that we are seeing. So let's go back to our index and then make the changes here. Here where we see where they've written dead reckoning, that is where we will pass in our movie title. So we can easily pass it in like movie.title. So that means that the title of the movie we are saying for movie in movie, so that will map over each movie in the movies that are being passed to the template. Okay, and then this place we will change it to movie.year. And then what again? Okay, this place we have to change it. So this one will be movie.image.url. Okay, let's save it and then let's refresh this. Okay, the title and the year are in, but the URL is not showing. Why? Oh, I think it will be because of this missing front, the opening brackets. So I'm expecting it to show now. Yes, and it did show. Okay, so what we have to do here is this rating. Let's come up. And then let's see if we pass in movie dot, what did we call it? Now, this is where I said we will come back here so that you understand it more. There is nothing like the rate of the movie here. So what we can do to really connect to the rating of that particular movie is to get a function that will get us the average rating of the movie. Because if we don't do it that way, it will be difficult. You know, it's like a many to one field sort of thing, but that is not how we really created it. So we have to have some ways around it. So that will be defined. And then this function will be called average_rating. And then passing self, because sorry is a method, it's not an ordinary function. And then here we'll return self.ratings.aggregate. And then here I will pass in the average that we imported earlier. And then I want the average of rating. I will explain everything. And then this place I'll give the map. So rating __ and then AVG. Okay, so what did I just type here? Now, I'm referring to self.ratings, even though there's no rating here. But remember, this particular word here, ratings, I have declared it here as the related name for the movie. So remember I told you that the related name that we are using on models is just so that if I want all the, let's say for the movie and the rating now, because that's the current example, if I want all the ratings of a particular movie, I can just do movie.ratings. If you remember, I make that statement. So this self here refers to the movie instance, which is the movie itself. So if I say self.ratings, the same as saying movie.ratings, and that will get me all the ratings of that particular movie. And then I can pass the aggregate function on all the I want to aggregate. So I don't know how to explain the aggregate, but I want to aggregate all the returns, all the averages that I have. And then the aggregate I want to pass here is that for all of them, find the average for me. So the average of rating, remember that this particular rate, there's a field here called rating. So all the ratings of the movie that will be returned will be a rating object. So if there are 100, you have 100 rating objects, but you can't take the average of an object like that simply. We only take the average of a particular field in that object. That is why we are passing the rating here as the field in the average, or as the field in the rating object that we want to find the aggregate of. I don't know whether I'm really explaining myself well, but I hope you get what is happening here. Self refers to the movie instance. So if this particular movie equalizer, let's say that there are 100 ratings on it. So that means that if I say self.ratings, because of this related name here, I'll get all the ratings that belong to equalizer. And then I want to perform an aggregate on it, which is an average I want to find the average of all of them, but I cannot directly find the average of the model or of the class like this. So I cannot really find the average of it. I only want the average. So if I say the average, is the average of the IDs or the average of the movie or the average of the rating? Obviously, it's the rating that we want to find the average of. And then that is it. So this particular key is somewhere in the database. That is how it will map it for us and then return it for us. Okay, so when we do it this way, we can come back to index.html, and then here we will say movie.average underscore rating. And so let us refresh this and see. And now here you see that it's 1. And that it is true because this movie has only 1, an average of 1. But we don't want it to be returned this way in case it is, we want it as a decimal. So we can say float format, and then here we pass 2. So let's save it and refresh, and you see that it is now 1.00. Okay, so now this part is also done. But I've noticed some a very significant change in the when we were building the UI. We forgot to add the number of comments that a particular movie has, but it is something that is in the final build I showed you. So this one, we have to add it now to the template. So let me maximize it for now. And then right after you set the movie title here, and then the year, it will be at this side, so it will be on the same line with the year, and then the year will be at the left and those ones will be at the right. The average will be at the right. So let me paste this code here, but I'll give a comment so that when you copy the code, you can you know where to paste it. So newly added code for number of comments. I'm sorry we didn't build it in the UI that we are now building it. So here I will say end of newly added code. And then I'll paste this one here. So this one is the div that contains the year and all of them. So I can delete this safely and then save. And then when I come back here and refresh, I should see that this is 0 comments. Okay. But should it be this color? Okay, maybe I'll make it text. I'll make it BG of gray. And do I have something like 200? Let me see. I think that will be better because they're all red. Okay, it didn't really work like that. And so let me leave it like that. That is not the focus for now. You can apply the color, any color you want. Okay, so, and this place too, let me explain what is here. So this is movie.reviews.count. So remember, we created a comments model and the related name was review. So the related name to the movie was review. So I can say movie.reviews to get all the comments of that particular movie. And then I can just add a .count to count all of them. And so now we counted it and then it was 0. And it makes sense because there's no comments attached to this particular movie yet. So that is it for the adding of a particular movie. We can go ahead and add another one. And here it says Good Boys. So that will be the title, and then the director. Let me choose the file. So Good Boys is here. And then the year was 2019. The category for this one is comedy, and then the description. So if I save it now, I will see that Good Boys is also rendered here. Okay, with a rating of 1.0. So that, my friends, is how we add the movies also. So currently we are able to add movies to our database, have them render here nicely like that. And so let us continue with the rest of the functions for our movie related stuff. So add movie is done. We can close that one for now. So the next one, the obvious one, is to access the movie review page. So we can come here and say define. And then here will be movie underscore review underscore page, passing request as always. Okay, and then return render, and then here we'll pass in request, and then the template we want to render is, what is the name of the template we have here? Review.html. So review.html. Okay, and so we have to drag it inside template like that, and then now my UI folder is empty, so I can safely delete it. Okay, so inside review, let's do some of the default stuff here, because we will inherit from this side. This one to include the main nav bar, so we can copy and collapse everything that is in the header and paste this one here. And then here we close this one has its own script tag, so make sure you don't delete that part. So paste and then end block like that. Okay, and then let's declare a URL for it and see. So this one will be, we'll have a few things in the URL apart from the movie ID or whatever, or the review name where we give it to it. We have to pass in the slug and also the ID. So here it will be review and then slash slug, or let's pass in, it's a string of slug, and then we also pass in a string of the ID. So a string of the ID, I'll make it underscore ID here like that, and then the view will be movie review page, and then the name here will be review like that. Okay, let me collapse this side and then come back and work here. So this our function here will now take 2 arguments, so we have to update it accordingly, and then pass in here our slug and our underscore ID like that. But this page, we want it to restrict it to only logged in users, so at login required, and then the login URL is login. Okay, here, why do we even need a slug? That is what we're about to do now. So the particular movie that we want is from the movie.objects.get. This time around, we don't want all, we want to get a particular one, where the slug equal to slug and the ID equal to underscore ID like that. So this one will give us only a single movie with a slug and the ID, just to make things strongly unique with no confusion. And so inside our return, we can pass in the context dictionary an ID of movie mapped to that particular movie. Okay, so at our review.html, here we can access those elements there, and here will be like we did for the movies that were rendering on the homepage. So that will be movie.image.url, and then we will come back. This one too will be movie.title, can repeat this one. So remember, you have to pass the float format to this one so that you don't get any weird stuff float, number of decimal places floating along there. So, and then this will be movie dot description. Okay, so that will be it. And so let's see if that will work for us. And so if we come back, it will not work because we have to link this URL in index. So come back to index where there is the URL here to the review. You pass in the proper URL. And so this will be URL. And then remember, we gave the name of review. We have to pass in two things, which is the movie.slag and the movie.id because it is required. Okay, and now when we come back, let's refresh. Things are updated. I don't know, the URL at the bottom left is quite small, but if you click on it now, it should take you to the page, and then everything here is set up correctly. Okay, so if we come back and then go to the good boys, see that everything there is set up correctly. Okay, so that is it also for the movie review. In the next section, we will work on the creating of the review, rendering them here, and the similar movies, and all the things that we have to do to make this particular page complete. So meet me there, and then let's continue. All right, I know this is not how we left the screen, the previous section, and nothing has changed. I've not added any line of code. I already told you in the beginning that I am recording these things in sections, and truth be told, it's been 2 days since I recorded the last session. I think maybe 2 or 3 since I recorded the last session. So nothing has changed. I've not added any code. I'm still on a movie review page. So I just started the server and then clicked on one of the movies. Remember, we have to finish this page by making it the review creation possible, listing the reviews and then the similar movies also instead of this static stuff. So we will go into movies and then still back into our views.py. And then here, let me bring up things a bit. Inside add movie, we are done. So inside movie review page, that's where we have to add a lot of things today. The first one we want to do is to try and create the comments. So before we do that, let me come to templates and then review.html. I usually forget to put the CSRF token. Of course, you shouldn't put that one when you are doing front-end build. It doesn't make sense. But I sometimes also forget the method, which should be post. And then, you know, we have to add our CSRF token. So we should also add that one to here. Okay, that's great. So now this part is done. You should be able to pick our form without any problems. And so, but we'll still come back to it. So let me keep it open. Open the views.py again. Close the sidebar. We don't need it. And then here to create a comment. So maybe creating a review. Let me bring the font up a bit again. And then if request dot method is post, that means if user submits data willingly through a form, then we want to get the rating, which is request dot dot post dot get, and what we want to get, the name is rating. And then we can do a similar thing for the comment itself. So this one too will be comment. Okay. And there's a possibility that the user will not submit a comment. Will only want to rate move this slider without submitting a comment. I don't know whether you want to allow that, but I don't want to allow it because I need the review here, the comment, to render this card. So I want to make sure that there is a comment before I save this comment. So I can come and say that if comment dot strip, that means if we strip it of all white spaces before and after, and it is not equal to an empty string, then I want to create a rating. So rating, and this is a model. Have we imported it at the top there already? Okay, from movies.model, so it has already been imported, and we use it to create the rate when we are creating the movie. So that is, yeah, it is there. And then inside this rating, what I want to say is that the movie here equal to, we have to get the particular movie, but it's already at the top there, so that is not a problem. And then the particular rating is rating. Remember the rating that we have gotten here, so that is it. And then rate.save. Let's save that one. And we have only saved the rate, which is the value from this slider, but we have not saved the comment. So we have to save that one also. So here is create the comment. And then we can say that review, ironically, is equal to comment. Yes, we have not imported this one, so we have to import it. Let me see the autocomplete. IntelliSense can help me here. Yes, and it did help me. So in here, we need a person to be equal to request.user, and then we need the movie to be movie, and then we also need the profile. We need a profile of the person. So profile also to be, don't worry, we'll get the profile very soon, but let's fix it in here. Profile. So through an underline, it doesn't know what profile is, but we will let it know very soon. And then comment, that should be equal to comment. And I think the last one, that the rate of this particular comment is the rate that we just created. Okay, and then we can come here and say review dot save to save that review also. So I just hope that when I zoom out small, you can see I just want the whole function to come here so that you get the logic at once. And then we can, after we save the review, we can redirect to the movie page. So okay, we have to redirect ourselves to the same page. So return, because we don't want to go to another page. It saves it and then we come back to the same page, because we have to kind of reload the page to fetch the data that has been added to the database. This is not some frameworks like Next.js and code that you don't have to intentionally reload the page. This one, you may have to reload the page. That is the way, at least the one I know now. And so the page that we want to go to is review. It looks like we are not going to another page, but we're actually going to another page, which is the same page, so we are reloading. And then here, you remember that you have to pass in the movie.slack, because that is what it requires, and the movie.id. Those are the two requirements for the review path, so we have that one too there. Remember this profile, let's come up here where we are getting movies, and then let's fetch the particular profile of the user. So profile equal to user profile, and then dot object dot get, have we not imported this one yet? And we want to get the one that the person equal to request dot user. I think we have not imported this one, so we have to import it, and this one will give us the profile. So that is all. We have the logic complete, so let's test it out by first refreshing this page to make sure that everything is all right. And yes, not everything is all right. User profile query matching does not exist. In most cases, you restart the server and it works. So if you restart the server and it still doesn't work, then it is an error indeed. So let me restart this. And yes, we have an error indeed. So what is it even saying? User profile matching query does not exist. And then here it gives us the particular error that we are trying to wait. Are we logged in? Login. Okay, so we are logged in. It's not able to fetch the user. Okay, so profile equal to user profile dot objects dot get, where person equal to request dot user. This line shouldn't throw an error. Let me inspect this user profile. We take a person, so it is legal for us to use the person as a query. Let me just retype this line again and see. So that will be user profile dot objects dot get, and then the person equal to request dot user. And let me just be sure that I copy person here, come back and paste it in, save this one, hot reload, come back, go again. This one did not work. This one too is not working. So what is the problem now? Okay, so one of the things I like to do is to print here. And let's just say user in an F string, or even this one, we don't really need an F string. You can use any other. And then print the request.user here. Okay, but for us to see it in the terminal, let's just put some asterisks here so that we know that that is what we are looking at. So we are now refreshed, bring back our browser, come back, and then try to go here. Do we see our user here? Yes, the user is code based. So the user is there. Why is it not fetching it? Okay, so after a lot of brain cracking, I have found the error. And I know as a fellow developer, you understand this was not intended. You just get some errors that shouldn't be there. You know that according to your code, they shouldn't be there, but they are there. And this error, I think, is highly because Codebase doesn't have a profile. So it is trying to find a profile for Codebase, and Codebase doesn't have. And what do I mean? We created Codebase using the we created Codebase using the create super user at the terminal. We didn't really create it by a registration. So if you even look at this side, you see that Codebase doesn't have a first name, last name. And if we come to profiles also, you see that Codebase doesn't have a profile. It's only carry and female. So what we can do here is to select Codebase here and choose a picture for Codebase and then save. Okay, so now what we want to do, we still keep things here like this. And then one thing also, let's fix it before we go. At users and Codebase, Codebase doesn't have a first name and last name. So let's fix that issue also. Okay, at long last. So this one, the first name is Tommy's, and then here is code base. And we need to change anything else? No. So save, and we are sure that everything should work now. So let me come back, check the server. I don't think it has broken, but let me still break it and then restart it again. Okay, and then do a hot reload. Okay, and then go to this review page, and you see that now I am able to access the page. So that is it. So this print was just to help us debug. It has really been helpful, but not now. We don't need it for the rest of the journey. And so now what it means is that if have we migrated the comments model before we get another error? I don't think we have comments here. So let's come back into models.py for movies. If we have it here, then it means probably we have migrated it. I think so. And so let's come back to the admin.py of the movies file, and then from .models we want to import comment, rating, and then what again? I think it's review. Forgive me, I said it has been about 2-3 days, and this was even created earlier. I think so. So I think we have the actual movie also, and then movie. Okay, and then we register all of them on our site. So admin.site.register, and we want to register comment. Do that for the other two. So rating, and then movie. Okay, that's great. So if we have migrated it, if I refresh, I should see them here. So yes, they are here, and the movie should already have stuff in there because we have, what is this? This is the table we have been fetching from. Why is it saying that movie has no object owner? But when we query, it does come. So why this error now? Why is it also coming to this place? Movie has no object owner. This one, I don't really know where the error is coming from, but let's just leave it as it is. If we are trying to implement any code and it doesn't work, then we will come back and then work on it. Other than that, it's at admin side, and if our side works as expected, then we don't have a problem. That is what I think. And so let's come here and just try to give a review. So let me go. The page worked. So this username actually shouldn't be, I'm not supposed to be the one that should type it in here. So let's go to review where there's username here. And then let's insert a value. And here the value will be request.user name. You shouldn't, we have to get the person who is logged in, and so for that matter this one should be disabled, or no, read only, so that we can read it, because if we completely disable it, we can also read it from the backend. So now I can click here and edit, unless of course you get a very stubborn user who goes into the HTML to try and edit it. But even if they do, we still have logic at the server side that will actually get us the logged in user. So if you even try to, a stubborn user tries to, okay, I'm not searching for code base. If a stubborn user tries to put anything here by editing the HTML, we still have the person here, so don't worry. And so I'll give a rating of say 8.9 and a comment of this is great. Let me throw in some emoji. This is my favorite one, and then hit submit. Nothing happens. The page refreshed very quickly, and so let's come back to this place, refresh, And then let's see if we can access comments. Still, it is saying that there's something that is not going on right. It should be a conflict in there that I don't really know what it is. So what we can do to check if it worked is that in here we can also get all the comments. So comments, S, plural for all of them, is objects.all. And do you need to fetch all? No, we have to filter it by the particular movie. Other than that, we fetch all the comments in the database for a single movie. So the movie for that comment should be equal to this movie at the top here. And then in our context dictionary, we can say comments mapped to comments. Okay, and so we save it and then come to the review.html. I think the top, we can keep on. Okay, I think everything here will be at the bottom. So if I scroll down a bit, I see you write reviews and similar movies. And I think this is what we are looking for. So inside reviews, collapse all the individual review. Delete all of them except one, like this. And then let's cut this one too, and then say map over each of them in a for loop. So for review or for comment in comments, and so we have to end for here. And then we can paste in this, and for now, whether review or comment, this should work. So the first thing we want to change here, or to even be sure that this thing is actually working, let's refresh this page. So it's worked. We have one, so we have one object here. So why is the error at the back end? Even though I want to forget about it, but I'm still thinking about it. I don't know why. And so in here, let me just put here comment.profile.avatar.url. And maybe you're asking, what is all this long reference here? Each individual comment, if we open up the models here, each individual comment that we are rendering out, we want to get the profile of the user who made the comment. And you know that you have to come to comments.person to refer to that particular user. And when we come to comments.person, we can now, because it links to a user, we can get that particular user. So comments.profile, I think that one doesn't lead to the user. It's the profile that has the avatar. Sorry about that. So comments.profile, and then that will lead us to the user profile. And so when we come to comments.profile, we can go to that one. This place takes us to the user profile. And then what do we have in the user profile? We have avatar here. And so that one takes us to this avatar. And then what do we have? If you want to get a URL for a file, an image like this, you have to add the .url. That to give you the path to the URL in your storage. So that is for the long reference there. Okay, but it seems not to work. We'll fix that one very soon, but this is what it is that is supposed to work. And then the next one is, this will be comments.person.username. So comments.person.username. Okay, this one will not change because it's code based. And so let me change the date here. And then here you can say comments.created. Okay, let's refresh. That one worked. So why is the image not working? Okay, I don't like it this way. Maybe you do, but I don't like. I want to get it so and so ago, and so I will place a filter here called time since. Time since filter will give us the time since the thing was created, but I have to manually add ago here. It doesn't add that for us, so I have to manually add this. That should be so and so ago. But you can choose to make it this way and put the actual date also in brackets. It is your app. I don't think I prefer it that way. And then this place will be comments dot comments. Okay, so let me refresh that one too, and then that one too also comes. And so for the rate also, we can pass in here comment dot rate dot rating, and I think that should be it. I did rate 8.9, so that is correct. And this one, that is not working. Usually I would like to open up and then inspect, and what I do is that I select the interactive inspection, click on this image that is here, and oh, I think I know where the mistake is. You just put the source inside the file. I don't know whether you can see, but if I zoom in a bit, onto it, you see that it's rather the class that has the source and not the source that has the source. So let me come back up here and see what I did. So let me fix this one. This should not be here, and it should be here. But then the classes that were here, I think they were W-14, H-14, and then maybe rounded 4, because that is what I usually use. Let me save this template, come here and save this one too. And yes, the profile picture is also there. So at least our comment system works now. We will work on the edit and delete very soon, but let's make sure that we render the similar movies also. For that one, let's come back to our views.py file, and then here I can fetch them here, but okay, let's fetch them here. Say similar equal to movie.objects dot, and this one we want to also filter, and then we want to filter by the movies where the category equal to movie.category, so that we get all the movies in that particular category. And then after similar, we can say that similar movies equal to, but maybe you will be asking, so why do you have similar? You're already fetched by the similar movie categories. Why are you fetching? What is the next query again? I will stop here and then show you. So let me now come here and say again that, say similar underscore movies, and then I'll map that one to similar. Okay, I just hope that that similar word I got it correct. If I come back here and up to the for loop for okay, so this is for the similar movies. I have to collapse all these divs. Okay, just about 2 of them, and then this is what makes it difficult. Let me select this div. Where is the closing div? it just makes it difficult, especially when it doesn't collapse in a way that you can easily fit. I think it is this one and this one. So let me get rid of it. Save, refresh, make sure that I didn't mess up. Yes, I didn't. And so I can comfortably cut this place and then map over each of them also. So I'll say for movie in similar, I think we just call it similar underscore movies, and then I will end for here. And then I can paste this in, and then let's go ahead and then save these ones. But if you remember, we have done a very similar thing, very similar at the index page. So why not just go and then grab one of them and paste it, because we just did the same thing there. So here I can copy this, come back, and then collapse this and paste it in, assuming that we call that one to movie, and it does come. And you can see the problem now. This is equalizer. This is the same thing that we are. This is the same page we are. So it didn't show up in the similar movies. And so that is where I wanted to refine this search, such that I will now get similar movies here. And then I will say that is equal to similar.exclude. So I can actually perform an exclusion and exclude where the ID equal to movie ID, movie.id. So when this happens, what will happen is that when I refresh, okay, I'm still pointing it to similar. So now if I point it to similar movies and I refresh, it should be gone, because it shouldn't be there as a similar movie. It's the same movie. So to fix what this nothing showing here, we can make use of one of Django's powerful things also. So for movie in movie, and then before the end for, we can say that if it is empty, that means that if the array is empty, we can, let's look for some white, something that we have already given a class to, that is white. We can come up here, the username, forgive me for that. So to the top there, I think I'm getting something with the producer name. So that is a span here. I can get this span, and then we can come down and say that if it is empty, but let's make it descriptive here, and then I'll say, instead of movie producer, I'll say there are no movies in this category yet. Okay, so I save it, and I see now that there are no movies in this category yet. So this is great. This is fantastic. I come back to this page, go to Good Boys, and Good Boys doesn't have a review. We didn't fix the empty for the review, so let me just copy this and come up. I think the reviews, they end here, so I can paste it here. So there are no reviews for this movie yet. Okay, so that should also fix it for us. Okay, I think I want my text centered. I don't know whether we rendered that as part of the style sheet. Okay, it's worked, so I'll come here and then I'll do a text center also. Great. So this one has no movies in that category. It has no reviews also. So let us try and add one review. First to comment, submit, and now that is gone, and we have first two comments by code base. Okay, so now let us work on the edit and the delete of the review. Back to views. For the edit, we will need to create a form so that we can use that form. It is easier to do it that way. It is very, very easy. And so inside movies app, the movies, make sure you click on that one, a new file, and then call it forms.py. And here from Django, we want to import forms. And then we want to import the models also. So from .models, we want to import, we need comments. That is what we are working on now, the one for the movie also. And here, we create a class and say maybe comment form. Here we will inherit from forms.model form. Great. And we have to define our init. Let me wrap this over, and obviously this is not an autocomplete that I would like, so let me write my own init, and here we will put in self and then all the necessary arguments and keyworded arguments. Okay, and then the super call, which is we have to pass in the forms.model form, and then also self. So we initialize, because we are inheriting from this, so that becomes our super. So from that particular class, so we have to initialize that one. All the methods, all the initialization that is necessary for that form, we should also have it in our class before our class works properly. And so by this, we initialize that class also. Sometimes it's difficult to know whether you are typing, whether you've typed 2 or 1 underscore, but I think I have 2. And then here is, we pass in all the necessary arguments and keyworded arguments. Okay, so that is it for the init I was looking for. And then here I can say self.fields, and I'm picking a particular field, which is the comment. The comments field is what we are editing. And then I can say .widget, .attribute, which is ATTRS, and then I can update it. So here, what it means is that, okay, if I don't update this field, what will happen? So, I usually like to let you know what is going on. So what I'll do is that I'll comment this one out actually, and then carry on with the rest of the code. And then I'll come back and show you why this is even necessary. And then here I can see class meta. That is how it is recommended that we do it in Django. And then here we pass the model as the comment model. And then the fields that we are interested in the comment model, we can pass it here as a tuple. And so we are only interested in the comments. That is only one we want to change. Make sure you don't forget this comma I just put here. And then here, if you want to give a particular label also, you can do that, but I will comment that one also out so that you really understand and appreciate what is going on at the back end, or the things that we are doing here. So let me give it first, then I'll comment it. So I want to say that for the comment label, the comment field, give it a label of comment, which is also inside a tuple like this, and make sure you don't forget this comma here. Okay, so that is it, all we need. And so we can come back into our views, and then here we have to get a view for updating a particular comment. Okay, so let's come down. I just hope you still see. And then here, it's also login required. So at login required, so that if a stubborn user tries to type the URL directly, they will still be redirected. They will not be allowed. So they will not see the page. That would throw a lot of confusion. So define, and then update underscore comment, and here we pass in request as always, and then which comments do we want to delete. So you know already that you have to pass in something like a comment ID, not ISD, ID. And then we get a particular comment. You already know this syntax, we've typed it a lot of times, which is comment.object.get. We want to get a specific one where the ID equal to the comment ID. Comment ID. Okay, so bring that one into the middle, and then that will be a post form also. So if request dot method equal to post, let me finish before I explain, then I can say that the form equals to comment form, and then here we have to pass in an instance, not its instance. The instance of this comment form is this particular comment. And so let me rely on IntelliSense to import it for me. So I have it imported, and then we can check if form dot is valid. Make sure you bring the parenthesis, it's a call, and then I can say form dot save. So after we save a particular change, we want to redirect to the review page. So so that will be, the name of the URL is review, not reviews, review. And then you need two arguments here, which is the movie slug and movie ID. So we can't access it directly. We can say we don't have a movie here yet. So we can say comment dot movie. Remember, they are all linked. Movie dot slug, and then we can also say comment dot movie dot ID. Okay, so that will get it for us also. I just hope that the wrapping doesn't confuse you. I don't want to reduce the size. I want you to see it well. So if it wraps, just make reference to the numbers here. It will guide you. This is not on a new line. It's the same line as the return. Yep. So after that, but if the method is not post, we also want to do something. So that one we also want to render the form, which should be the same comment form, and the instances will still be comment. Okay. And then lastly, whatever the case is, we have to still render something. So return render. Here there will be an HTML file that we don't have yet, but we will create it very soon, or just after this one, and we will call it update underscore comments dot html, and then we pass in a context here that says that our form maps to the form up there. Great. So what is it here? What is this function? If I should give more space here, it still didn't do anything. How this update works is that we get a comment, we pass it to the comment form, which is a very great way of updating model entries or database entries. And so if the request, initially when the page loads, this one will be false, because that in that case, the user has not really uploaded a form yet. So if the page loads, this else block is what will render, and we will get a form which will be passed to the context that we can access and use to build a form on the front end or in the HTML on the page. And then when the user clicks to save the form, this method will be called again, or this function, and then this time around the method will be equal to post. So it knows that it doesn't have to render a page and return the form, but to check if the form is valid, it's already handle the method.get, the ones we are doing up there to get the entries from the front end. It will already handle everything. It will check it, and then if it is valid, it will save it, update it in the database, and then we'll do what we tell it to do here, which is to come back to the review page where the edit command was initiated. So let us come and then create our update comment.html. Okay, so that will also be inside movies and templates, new file, and we call it update underscore comments.html. Okay. And in here, I copied it from the finished version and I pasted it in. You know where to get this form. Just the link in the description, and then you have access to it. It's not so many. It's very close to this review page. I just took off all these top parts and the bottom part just to be left with the form itself. So there's no need typing this. You just have to get it from the GitHub link. And make sure that when you go there, you just give it a star for me. I would really appreciate that. So here we are getting the form that is coming in here. So for field in the form, remember the form we are passing here. So for field in form, we render first the field label. So each of the form remember is if we go back to comment here. So each of these labels, excluding the ID, will be now inside our form, the comment form that is coming. Okay, no, I just lied. What will actually be coming is the field here, because among all these many fields, what we said we are interested in is the comment. So the comment field. So that is what will be passed in here. So to be a form for the model which only contains the comment, and that will be rendered here, the label of the comment, and then the field itself, which is the input field. Okay. Prettier is complaining. Why? I don't really know why it is complaining, but that is not the matter of our attention now. So what we need to do, this should be main nav. I called it did we call it main underscore nav bar? I called it full nav in the finished build, so forgive me. But by the time this code, you have access to it, it has already been updated into this proper term, so you shouldn't have anything to worry about. And so what should happen is that we should link this edit here to this page. So remember, we have created a view, but we have not created a path for it yet. So what we have to do is to come back to the movies and then URLs, and in here I need a path like this. So let me just duplicate this line, and then that will be update dash comment, and then we will take a string of the comment ID. Remember, we passed it in comment underscore ID. We don't need that of the actual ID. And this one, the name will be update underscore comment, like that. And then that will be update comment, as simple as that. So yes, everything should work now. And for us to actually see it work, we have to come to our review.html, and where we have the comments or the review, just scroll through. So when you see comments dot something, that means you are in that particular comment card. And then when you scroll down a bit, you should see the comment buttons, and the edit is an href without a URL until now, which should be URL. Remember, we did it now, and the URL's name is update underscore comment. I know that we have to pass the comment ID, so that will be comment.id. Okay, so when we refresh this page and then we click this, model form has no model class specified. Well, let me see, I didn't expect this error because the model is here. And what can be the issue? Oh, I know the issue. This class method shouldn't be inside the def function, so it should come one indentation up. It's on the same indentation level as the def. My bad, I apologize. So if I come back here, I want to reload just to make sure that our server did not break. We are up, and let me click this one, and now you see that I come to the page. So this is all that the HTML renders, as simple as this one. And so if you see that it's already populated this is a text area. It already knows that it's a text area because inside the models.py, remember we said that the comment field is a text field. So the model form already makes it a text area and not a simple input field. And you see here that why is this thing still running? Should we stop by now? Okay, so if we what's wrong with the server? Let me break it and then start it while we continue with the other functionalities. If we come here, you see that this is not bad, but not really nice also. If I did not click here, you wouldn't have even known that there is a text area actually. So that is the purpose for this. This label is only appearing because I said that it should give it this label. So if I give it some here that change your comment below to make it more descriptive, and I refresh this page, so that now that is what is there. So if you want to give it a label, you can give it here. Other than that, you can stop. And so here is what where we can apply the class also for this particular field, which is this text area. And that one also, you just have to say it's a key value pair, so you just have to say that class, and you give it what it will map to. And that one too, we can come into our review.html and then search for comments. This will really be very difficult, but we know that it's a text area, so text area will be a faster search. And then here we can copy all this class because it will be the same thing. So copy this. I should have copied the quotes also, and then come to forms.py and paste it as the value to that key, and that is all. And so when we refresh it now, okay, that this works for that page, but the design is not really nice here. And so what I will do is that I already have it in the finished build, And so I'll copy that one and paste it in. It's quite a long one. You can pause the video and type it exactly, or you can get the code from GitHub and then paste it in. And so if I say refresh this one now, you see that I have it here to the full. I don't know why, but I think it has to do with the HTML. And so if you see that it's very small, let me check the actual size on an actual device here. Okay, so iPhone 12 Pro, and I don't think I like this. I don't think I really do. And so update comment page. Here, is it the body or the... Okay, so on SM, we want to make it W-4. It is initially W-4, but after the SM, or even after the MD breakpoint, rather, that the width should be this. I think that makes sense if I refresh and choose a device. Okay, coming back to mreview, pick one of these and decide to edit this comment, and it came. Sometimes it just like that, you have to refresh before it picks it. And so on last screen it didn't pick it. It can be that we don't have such a class in our style.css. So after MD, let's put W, and then I don't really have it. So let me check for LG and say W dash, and that one too is not there. So maybe we can leave it like this. We can actually leave it like this. I mean, it's weird, but not too weird. You can rewrite some Tailwind class and then copy the output, paste it inside your style.css, but the goal is not try to make these things nice. It's the functionality that you are interested in. So there's one important thing I didn't mention here in the update comments.html. You saw that go back button that I clicked on, and that should be somewhere here. So that is the go back button. If you put in this into an href, which is request.meta.http referrer, it will take you back to the previous page. So you don't have to pass in an actual URL here. Django already knows. Well, as you visit it, I'm sure it passes it somewhere, and so it knows that the previous one, the most recent one you visited. And so if I come here now, and then this is great, but has been edited. If our logic works, then when I click this, I should go back to the review page and see that it has been edited. Okay, it has refreshed me to the same page. Was it this movie? Okay, so the logic did not work. And so let's come to views. That maybe mean that the form had an error, but it didn't. Okay, so let's come here and debug what might be wrong. Okay. I'm sorry, I forgot. So here we should actually say that it is a request.post method. Because we'll be posting from that page, we have to put it there. It is at this place that we don't put any request.post. So if I go back to this page again, I say this is great, but has been edited. Hopefully, he said that this is great, but has been edited. Fantastic. Okay, and so we can quickly work on the delete also, and then I think that should be that for this page. And so let's quickly work on that. For the delete, I think for now, let me just maximize everything. It will be very similar to this update. So permit me to copy and paste. And then this one be delete. That one will not take us to any page. And okay, we have to take it to a page and ask the user whether they really want to delete the comment. Like, we don't have to delete it straight away. That is bad user experience. So we still need a comment ID. We get a particular comment. But this place, we don't need this. But what we'll still be redirecting. But if the dot post, then we want to do comment dot delete. So we will let the user make some choice and then put some form in the choice. If the user hits delete, then it gets deleted. And other than that, we don't need a form. Also, this place we put this. We have to update this one with this. We don't need a form. We actually don't even need a context dictionary at all. Or we do. I think so. Let's just pass the comment as the comment we got up there. I think we will need it. So, okay. And then here it will be delete comment. So delete comment. That is great. So you know that you have to come here and create a URL for it. And so I can quickly duplicate this one. And then everything updates here turns to delete. Great. And yes, that is it. We can come to our template. We need the delete comment template. So a new file, delete underscore comments.html, and this one too is already existing in the final build, and to be very honest, there is no need. I'm trying to type everything out. This is already a long video, and so let me paste this one in and then explain it. As always, you will get the code from the GitHub link. So the default header stuff, we can change it to our main, but let me keep things here. And then remember, this place is it main navbar. So let me copy this and replace. Okay, and so here too we are deleting a comment. It's just a p tag. And then you are deleting okay, then we need a comment. So comments.comment, you are deleting this comment. There's the go back here. I skipped it, sorry. So we ask the user, you are deleting this particular comment. Are you sure you want to continue? And then the place why we actually even put the, remember we put a post here that if request.post, then delete it. That is because here we are making it an input and the type is submit. So it will be like a single form. It is inside a form. So this one will submit. So once we click on it, it means that we have submitted a form. Even though there's no entry input field in this form, it will still be submitted, and then the request method will be post. So in that case, we can carry out whatever is under this post block, which is to delete it and then to return to that page. And so for us to get that one to work, we have to come and then on the comment. Okay, so this is for, we can copy this thing. They are very similar, and this is for the delete. You can see the comments right here. So you just paste it, and then this update changes to delete. Okay, so when we come back to our page here, refresh, and then just give something. This will soon be deleted. Okay, and then submit. That will be another comment. And then here, when I click on it, you see that it takes me to this page. That is all that the page is about. I say delete comments, and then you are deleting. This will soon be deleted, and this cannot be reversed. Are you sure you want to continue? Go back. We are safe. But if I come here and yet it's delete, it's deleted when we come back to this place. That is great. So let us come back, and I think for that page we are done. Everything here is done except a few things. Number one is that we are not able to edit this movie, which we should be able to. And then number two is that if I log out and then log in back as Pmails, come here, I'm still able to even delete Codebase's comments, and that is very bad user experience. So what we want to do is that we come back to our index.html, and then where we see the buttons, this div here, it should only be when the user request.user is equal to the comment, that one, how did we name it? Comment.person. So that is the only time that the person can delete or even edit a comment. So let's cut that and say that if request.user equal to comment dot, I've forgotten this thing right now. Is it person? And then I will end if here, end if, and then paste it. Let me check if it is comments.person. Okay, it is. So when I save this now, come back, refresh, and then it's that it's gone. So if I go ahead and log out, come back as Codebase, go to review, now I see them there, and that is great. So what I want to do is that, okay, let me still log out. I can't, Codebase cannot be the only person giving comments, so carry mount is coming in now. And you can see also here that the number of reviews are showing there correctly. So if carry gives, and carry asks Codebase, so at Codebase, why did you edit your comments? And post it. Okay, it took some time to load, and then we come back to a review. So that this one has 2. Yes, so that is it. And then carry, because carry is the authenticated user, she can delete or edit. She can do all of them. Okay, and so let's work on how we can edit this movie here, and then that is, I think that will be all for the page. So back to our review.html. Let's come up here right after the place where we post the movie description, this p tag. I want to paste something, and forgive me, I'm pasting it from the finished build. We seriously don't need to spend or waste time typing all of these when you can get it from GitHub. So what I'm doing here is that I'm adding a new button that says that if request.owner equal to movie.owner, request.user, sorry, then there's a link to edit movie, and then all of these. So what I have to do now is to come back to views, and then the edit movie, we have not actually implemented it. So this is a name for a URL. So let's come back here into the URLs for the same app, and then here let me paste the name here, update movie. Maybe I can follow that convention and then say update movie. and here to be update movie. That function does not exist, and here we will actually require the movie flag and the movie ID, so we can simply copy from here and then paste it in. The two slashes are redundant, and this is all that we have to do. We just have to come and create this view, and I want to keep that and start the movie review. So that one to login required. The login URL is always login, and then we define this. It takes in request, and it also takes in the movie. You name it just flag and then ID. Okay. And so here what we want to do is say that the movie equals, I know you know what we are about to do. We have done it several times. That movie dot object dot get, and then where the flag equal to flag, and then where the ID equals ID. And then we also need the profile of the person. So the profile, that should be equal to user profile dot object dot get, and this one says person equal to request dot user. Okay, so that gives us these things, and then let's see return render. I am sorry if there are any background noises. I'm very confident that the microphone and the editing software should be able to cancel it out, but today there are lots of cars moving all around. But if it is disturbing, I'm very sorry. But if it doesn't, then it's cool. And so here we return render request, and then the name of the template will be updatemovie.html. And then in here, you remember we will pass in a form. You remember how we updated the comment is a similar one. So even though we don't have a form created yet, but let's in anticipation write here form, and then the movie now mapping to movie, and then the profile also mapping to profile. Not print profile. Okay, so let's come back and then come back to our forms.py. We have to create a form for movies also. So after this one too, we have to create a class of this place will be the same. Okay, so a class of movie form, which also inherits the forms dot model form. Okay, but this place will be the same, so I just have to copy this and then paste it in. Okay, but for this one, let's even create the meta class before. So class meta, and then the model for this one will be movie. I don't think we have imported it, so let's after comment import movie, and then the fields. As a tuple, we need the title, we also need the image, we also need the producer, we also need the year. So for this one you actually see a lot of things being rendered out instead of just one field for the update comment. And then we also need the description. Okay. And so we have to remember from this side, we have to apply a class to style it well. So that is what we have to do here. We have to also update each of these ones one after the other. And so that will be inside the init. So what I can do is say self dot, not self dot fields dot, not fields dot, the field I'm accessing the title from the fields dot widget dot attributes dot update. And then what I want to update in here is that the class should be this. But for this one, their classes are very, very similar. If we come back to, that should be in addmovie.html. Each of these here, if I should select this class and scroll up my HTML, you see that a lot of them, almost all of them have it. So instead of typing it out for each and every single one of them, what we can do is that we can copy this and then come to forms.py, and then at the top somewhere here create a variable called maybe common class, and then set that one. And then here I can call, for the class I can call common class. As easy as that. And then what I'll do is that I will select it and then duplicate this line for a number of times. I change for title, I change for image, even though the image does not really have the common class, but it will not be any problem. And then I also change for producer, and I also change for year, and then I change for how many classes did we take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if we change for 1, 2, 3, 4, this other ones will not be exactly the same. So you let me delete the last one. And then for the category, okay, let me leave it and I will come back and show you why. So I'll leave that one to, I think I did a typo here, category. Okay. And for the description also, after we give it a common class, remember that is a text field, so we can specify other attributes here, which I will not do. I usually like to let you understand what is going on. And so I'll come back into views, and here you remember we have to continue with if request.method is post, then blah 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 blah. And so here if request.method is post, then form equal to, why do I bring the M before the R? Form equal to movie form, and then remember I have to pass in request.post and say that the instance equal to movie. So I have to import this one here, and then if form.is_valid, make sure you call it, and then we can say that form.save. Again, form.save. And return redirect. redirect to the review URL here like that, and then you have to pass in movie.slack, and then we also have to pass in movie.id. Okay. Else, if the request.method it is not post, then it means we just want to view the page. So in our else block, we will still render our form, so that in any case we have a form to submit, but this place will not have a request. Okay. So that is it. And have we linked everything properly? I think so. So let's come back and then refresh to just make sure that our server is still running. Okay, it is back online. I think the currently authenticated user what is happening to our server? There's a problem in update movie URL. Okay, only one string is needed. Let me break and restart. Okay, so if I come back here, refresh, and log in as Codebase, because Codebase uploaded all these two movies. Now I see the edit movie here. If I click on it, and update movie got an unexpected _ID, which should be, I think, in the template. So do we actually have an update movie? No. So we have not created that HTML file here. So let's come here, and inside the template new file, we create that one. And again, you know, that one too, I don't really have to, we don't have to go through all of this. So, and I have to intentionally put comments in here to separate stuff. Okay, so that should be it. And let's come back. Let's inspect it again. It was saying something _ID. So if we come to review, update movie, okay. Now let's come back, refresh, edit movie, and it's saying that it got an unexpected keyword _ID. So where is that _ID coming from? Let us check inside view where there's the update movie. And I don't know whether it's this two that is causing a problem. So after the slash, let's just make it movie slash like this, movie _slash, and then movie _ID. Okay, so let's update it in the URL accordingly. And I think this is the error, but let's just still update it. That is the disadvantage of copy and pasting. And so this time around, it should work without errors. Okay, slash is not defined. I'm sure you guessed that one. This should be movie _slash and movie _ID. Okay, we have the latest. Come back, reload, edit, and then it is showing us a blank page here. It's the block content. This place is supposed to be content, and this place is supposed to be content. Disadvantages of copying and pasting. And so you will not have that error to deal with. Let's come back, refresh, and then go again, and we still have another error. Template does not exist. oh, this copying and pasting stuff. This is main underscore navbar. I think next time I should maintain consistent naming from build and the actual project we'll be creating here. Because okay, so you can see that this is it, but our fields are not as nice as we wanted them to be. So for this particular one, to the common class, I have it here, so you can still get it in code from GitHub. So inside forms, just change the common class, and then I think it should be looking nice. Yes. And then for the category, you see that it's supposed to be a drop down, but we didn't see the drop down. And so let's come back here and fix that one inside form. So instead of we giving it just that field, we have to first create the choices themselves. And so there are some choices here that I can paste. And so this are the choices. You can pause and type or copy the code. I don't have to be typing all of these. And so once this thing is pasted here, we can come down and say that for the category self.fields.category, instead of widgets, attributes and stuff, we can say that the widget equal to, and you let me delete everything here. So the widget equal to, then I can say, the forms that we imported at the top, the forms.select. This will give us something like a drop down field, and then we can see that the choices here equal to our choices list or tuple up there. And then we can now say that the attributes, which we have been updating, and that one, we can say that the class, this one too is a bit different from this one. So I'm sorry, you may have to be doing a lot of copying and pasting from GitHub. And so that one too is this. So you just can copy and paste it in there. The code will all be available there. You can see it's quite long. And so if I refresh now, my category should be a select field. So that is how we can go about it. The equalizer, I will not want to edit the title, but if I come down, expand this a bit and say that I have edited this, and update, you see that I have edited this is part of it. In order for you to see that it actually was not part, I will come back and delete it and then save it again. Now you see that it's for gangsters. And so what happens is that if we update any other field here, it will actually also be updated. But these are the information I got from IMDb, so I don't really want to update them. I don't want to change the cover to another image also. So, but if you want to update your particular movie, you can do that. So that is all for this particular page. In the next section, I think we are almost done. Are we not done? The next session, we will be looking at how to do the sorting. And then I think that we will be left with the search. And yes, I've also noticed something that on all pages, even if I log out and come back as carry, it still say code base because it is static. We will change that one. And so in the next session, we will start working on probably first the search, or this one, but maybe it's both the search and then the sorting algorithms, and then change this part also. So meet me there and let's continue. Alright, so I have made a few changes to the site, and the only change is that I've added more movies, as you can see here, and that is the only change. So you already know how to do that. You come to add movie. We added for the first two, and now we have a lot more in here. So you can add movies, and then we take it from there. Okay, so we are working on the sidebar, but I want us to first work on the the profile here, it doesn't really change irrespective of whoever is logged in. So let's come back, and then inside, I think we did that, inside our default template where we have the main nav bar, that is where we are rendering things. So, and I'll also need the index. In fact, every view that has the full nav, the main nav template inside there, we have to that has this main nav bar template in there. You have to pass the profile through that. So not this one, we movies, and then views.py, and then the very index, we have to get the profile also. So you can say profile that equal to user profile dot objects dot get. We want to get the where the person equal to request dot user. Okay, then we pass it in as an object here where profile maps to profile. Okay, so in that case, when we save it and come to navbar here, we can do a few things here where there is this one. I think it occurs more than once, but we can't change it this way, so I'll still have to, we can't change it with the multiple occurrences unless we try to select by case sensitivity. But I can say profile dot, or this one I don't even need a profile, I need just the request dot user dot username. Okay, and then this one I need a request dot user dot email, so that will update for us appropriately. So request dot user dot email. And so if we come back to our site, refresh, now you see that this is code base currently logged in, but if I log out, come back, I say pmails and log in again, now it changes to pmail, so that is great. But we are left with a profile picture, and for that we have to add it at this place where you have the open and close profile pop-up. You scroll down just a bit and you see this src that says image user.jpg. So what we have to do is, I think this one we can change for all occurrences. So I'll right click and change all occurrences, and then we put in the static for the user's profile. So that will be profile.avatar.url. Okay, we save that one to refresh. And okay, this is not a tag like this. It is just double quotes. We are not adding, it's not a Django tag, so just get rid of this percentage and these ones, and this should be good to go. So let's refresh. Okay, it looks like we will have to come back, try and log in again, and it is still making reference to that. You see that it's still not updated, but I saved the file also. When it happens like that, you just have to break your server and then start it again. Most of the times this restarting server fixes a lot of issues. So come back, try and reload, and it still has the old one in memory. Why? Let me hot reload this home page. And now log in. And it still does have the old one in memory. Wow. a hot reload does not even fix it. So okay, let me take it off completely, save the file, and then come back to this place, try to access the home page itself, and it is still having the old one in memory. Wow. Okay, so let's go ahead and change it for the rest. I think that one is for the mobile nav and the other for the desktop nav. So if we come to the desktop nav section here, I think that is what we just changed. So we have to look for that for the mobile. And yes, okay, it was looking at this one is still existing. That is why our thing was not working. This is my fault, not Django's. So if you come back, you see that the profile is there. On the mobile too, that one will be there. So come here, let me pick an iPhone 12 Pro, and then you see that the picture is still there. Okay. But if we go to the add movie page, you see that that one is still not there. So this navbar is different. So let's come back, and then we'll come back to this main navbar. But let's come back to movies, and then templates, and then add movie. For this one, we did not really change a lot of things here. Okay, this one too is extending main navbar, which also, but it doesn't extend the main.html. It doesn't extend the navbar for the home page. So we have to come in here and do things differently. First, this place, it should be profile, the profile avatar, and this one too should be request.user.username, and this be request.user.email. Okay, that, I think, did we just do it for, I think the mobile comes first, so we have to scroll down just a bit and do it for the desktop also. This place, okay, and then this place too, that should be but email. Okay, so this should work also at that page. Let's save it, come back and refresh, and the username and email is working fine, but the profile isn't, because inside the view that's rendered to the add movie, we have not really passed in the profile object. So let us pass the profile object in. We get it in here by saying, but this, I haven't even added the login required. So login URL, that should be login. So that we know that we always have a registered user. So profile here should be equal to user profile.objects.get, and in here we want to get the profile where the person equal to request.user. Okay, and then we can pass it in here. Where we map profile, not profiler, profile to profile. Okay, and saving it, coming back, refresh, that should work also. So that is great. And then I also found out that this logout really doesn't go to the login page. It only renders a login.html. And so here, right here, I will select it and change all occurrences, and then make sure that it visit the appropriate URL. So I'll come in here, URL, and then it's login. Okay, so if I log out, that should be log out. So let me change all occurrences again, and this time around log out. Okay, so it should work this time around. If I refresh it and click on log out, it takes me to the login page. It logs me out and takes me to the login page, and I can log in again, add the movie, come back. If I log out, come in again as a code base, log in, the picture changes appropriately. If I come to the add movie page, so that it also changes there appropriately. Okay, so let us continue. And since we are fixing things related to user and stuff, let us also work on the user profile. You see that now it doesn't really map to anything. So let's work on the user profile so that we can visit the user profile page. So that we will first close these ones for now, even this, and come to accounts. Inside accounts, we first open the URLs. We already have profile. Okay, that's great. And so let's come to the view. And then where we are rendering the user profile, so we already have a path, so we can actually change all the profile stuff. So the path is just profile. Okay, and so let me do a global search here for anything that says, I think it's user underscore profile .html. Okay, or it's profile.html. Yes, it is profile, so that I change this once at this place and for all. So I want to replace it with URL, and then I'll say profile. So this is a cool trick that I'm showing you. You can choose to change everything here instead of going to change everything one by one. We may miss some of them, but in this case, you see that I have to dismiss for this one because we are only changing the templates, and then here I can come and say that replace all, and then I'll replace. So that will be replaced for all of them. And how we can test it is to come back and let's choose. Okay, it saves all of them for us also, and so we can come back, refresh, and try to access the profile, and it takes us to the profile page. Great. And let's test it for the add movie, and that one also takes us to the profile. And so let's test for mobile screens and see. If I click on this, it takes me also to profile. So everything here is working great, and that is what we expect it to do. Okay, so let us go back to the user profile page here. Of course, you know that we have to do a lot of things, and so close everything, come into accounts, and then profile. This one we will not really extend the main nav bar. We will just put things here straight away. So I'll go ahead and then pass in the CSS. So that will be static, and then start the CSS, but I will not forget to load static here. Okay, so that is great. That should be all. We come back, what reload. And then everything here is looking great. Okay, so let's populate this stuff. I really want to first go to the home page and then log out as the current user, because if it is code based and we are changing stuff, we may not really see it well. So let me log out. Before I have to scroll down here, or even do a search with Control F. There is a I think there should be a login or home, that is home, or index, I think it's index.html. Let's try and change all of these and then change all occurrences. I think we can try this for the global search also, because every index.html is by default supposed to go to the home page. So let's come here and change profile to index. I'm sorry if you're using an editor that doesn't support this. I'm really sorry, but you can see that it is only even for index, so we can actually change it here without having a problem. Okay, so that should be URL and then home, like that. Okay, it's saved. Come back, I refresh, go to the home page, log out, and then log in again as carry mount. Now if I visit my profile, the static is for code base, but when we start changing, everything should be for carry. And so back to our HTML here. Let's open the view. Also, we have to pass in a lot of things. And then here we first have to get the profile, of course, of the user, which is user profile, not user profile dot object dot get, and then we want to get where the person equal to request dot user. Okay, and this should also be marked with that login required, so that if you get a stubborn crazy user who decides to just guess a user's profile and then type it in, it will not work. And so that should lead us to the login page, and here we have to import it. So from Django dot contrib dot auth dot decorators, we want to import the login required dot decorator. So that should fix it for us. And I forgot one quote here. And then after that, we also need to get the user's movies. So user underscore movies. That should be movie dot object dot get. I want to get the particular movie that the owner equal to request dot user, and I have to do a quick import, this one here. And after that, I have to get the user reviews also. That will be user underscore reviews being set equal to comment dot objects dot get. We want to get the comment where the person equal to request dot user. Okay, so this one too has to be imported from this, and then we can pass all of them in to a context dictionary like this. So profile will map to profile, and then this one, the user underscore movies will map to user movies also, and for this one, the user underscore reviews will also map to that. Okay, so when we come to our profile.html, and let us start from the very beginning, where this place will be profile of, and then we'll plug in something here. That should be okay. Sometimes it tries to complete it, sometimes it doesn't. So this place will be request dot user dot first name, and then we do another one after a space for the last name. So put a space here, paste it, and then request.user.last name. Okay. And we will come here now to the picture. So at the image side, this place will be profile.avatar.url. And here will be request.user.username. We will have request.user.email. We will also have what we just did at the top here, so I can safely copy this and then come and paste it for the full name like that. And then this will also be just one of them, so I can copy, get rid of one, and then this one will be the username. Haven't we done email at the top there already? Okay, and then the date joined will be request.user.date_joined. That is the day the user was registered. And then we will have the number of uploads that the user has done. That will be, remember we passed in movies, so we can say user_movies.count. It will count all of them for us. And then for the reviews also is the same as the movies, so that will be user_reviews.count. So we've done a lot. Let's save it, come back and verify. Okay, so get returned more than one. It's returned 3. But do we have 3 users in our database? Okay, so let's see where the error exactly is. That is saying line 74 where it is getting the user movies. So back to views. Okay, I guess you've already gotten it. So here should be filter, and this place too should be filter. We only get the one user, but the movies can be many. So back and let's refresh. And yes, okay. Something is not right here, obviously. So let's come back and let's see why. Okay, so if request.user is not really working for this side, what we can do is that from this side where the right is, we can replace the request.user, all of them. For wondering why I'm selecting them like that, I'm using Control and D, so that is for VS Code. So all the request.user up to the date join, so let me select again this time around carefully. Okay, that will be profile, because we know that the profile works, and .person whatever. That will make reference to the particular profile. Let's refresh, and it looks like the error is not coming from the syntax we used. The email works correctly, so what is wrong with the others? Okay, I think I know. It has to do with how this one is on a different line than this. So we just have to try and bring them all to the same line. I think it's my formatter. I'm using Prettier. That is what is causing all these issues now. And what is the assurance that even after doing this, it will not save it like that again? So let me see if I can disable prettier for this. How do I even disable it for this particular file? Okay, now I saved it and it looks like it will not mess up unless for this one. Let me get it again. Okay, so now back, refresh, and then everything should work now except that the full name is not showing. So it is first underscore name and last underscore name. Yep. So back here, refresh, and then that is it for the top side. So we have to now render the user reviews, and you know that we can speed up things by first visiting the index, so media, not media, movie, and then templates index. We have already rendered some movies there, so we just have to pick one and then use it for the for loop. So for the movie, that is it. So for movie, in movies, and then here we can even copy up to the N4 with the empty included, come to profile, search for where the movies are being rendered. Okay, I see a movie card here, another one here. So left movies like that, where I see user movies, and where you see the movie card, collapse all of them. For this one, we can actually delete all of them because we are pasting in this. And then when we come up a bit, we can now modify this one to say, where is our for loop? Okay, so for movie in user underscore movies, because that is what is being passed as the object. So if we refresh, now everything comes here nicely, with the exception of our comments, which is now black, number of comments. And so we can actually go to that particular movies page and it will work. So let's render for the user reviews also. That's one too. We can get some at the the review page where we are rendering some reviews. So I think we should chase this div. And then for okay, there are no reviews for this one here, so I think it should be around this side. And then where we see the comments in comments, we can copy up to the N4 like this, and then come back to our profile. Why did we close it? Profile. And in here, we scroll down a bit after the movies, and then for the profile, where we see review, collapse all the divs and delete all of them and paste this one there. And so this one is be for comments in user underscore reviews. Okay, and then we can come back and refresh, and then that one too also come. It looks like we have to change some colors, and the title also is not really working properly. So we come up the profile of request.user underscore first name underscore last name, and then let's fix the color for this and for the comment itself. So we come to where the reviews are being rendered. That comment, let's just say text dash white like this. It should fix that in for us. And for the movies also, I think where the newly added code, oh, this was supposed to be 4, and I type call. Let me change it globally here. So wherever it sees call, which should be an exact match, no? Match whole word, and yep, it should bring it out. Let me see what exactly I'm changing. Okay, so that should be 4. and I can safely replace all. Okay, so it's supposed to be for a not core. So this place, it is the movie review.count. So this place we can give it text white. But I think this place too should be FFFF6F, so one more, because that is also the SVG and it should be white. Okay, so that is it. It was also fixed. And so this is also all for the users page. So now we are comfortably done with all the things that have to do with the user. All we have to do now is to implement our search and we will be done. So now here is that code basis reviews are all fetched and everything is looking great. So let us now work on the search and the sorting. So for that one, we'll close profile, we'll close this one, come back, and then inside movies view.html. Inside the very index, we will first get what we will term as the query here. And this query is request.get. This time around is a get request, and then we are getting kill. Sorry, it's a kill. It's not always that the user will want to search. So what we want to do is that we also provide this for it. It is a dictionary method. You know that if it doesn't get this, this is all to be returned so that we will still be safe. Okay, then a few changes we made here to our logic. The first one is this movie. Let's take profile, let's bring it down. And then these movies will not be movie.object.fetch all. It will be movie.object.filter. And then here we will say that title __ contains, or if we say contains, it will be exact match. So I contains means insensitive contains, and then that means that even if the case sensitivity will not be a problem, and then we say query. Okay, so if we did this thing correctly, then we should be able to implement the search. This is all that it is, I'm very sure. And so if we search for boys, hit enter, then you see that now boys is working. So it's just one line of code and you have a very powerful search engine. So let us come back here and continue. The next one is that we have to also sort by the category. Let's see, this one should work on the mobile screen also. I mostly forget the mobile screen, but it's also needed. So if I search for boys here, okay, it works on the mobile screen also, and that is great. So let's work on the category sorting. So if we click, no, first the sorting by filter or something like that. So we have to get the sort also. So we will get it just like this. I can safely duplicate this, maybe twice, one for category, because we come back to category. Maybe the category should be the last one, because, and then this one should be called sort. This is the one that is sorting by latest and stuff. And this one we are getting a key called sort, which is not there yet. And then another key called category, which is not there yet, but we will invent them all very soon. For the sort, we have to come to the index page here, not here, and then scroll up a bit. You see this side that says sort by popular. Here what we have to do is that we just put first a question mark and then say sort equal to latest. No, this is popular. And then let's copy this. Scroll down a bit, you see that for the latest, and we wait. Okay, it was actually the popular here, so the latest is the one here. So latest. So why this syntax? Why this syntax? If you come back here without saving the file and search for boys, see that it passes it in as /q question mark q and then equal to boys. So that is what we are using for the search. So that is why we intentionally pass it in, so that when it clicks on it, it will put this request in the URL, and then Django will think that since it's in the URL like that, it's a get request, so it can make use of it. So here I'll save it, and then we come back to our views, and then now that I've gotten sort, I can sort the movies. So after getting the movies, I can say that if sort is equal to popular, because we explicitly put those values in there, then we can say movies equal to movies dot annotate, and then in here we can say that we are sorting by the average rating. So we can say that average underscore rating, that should be equal to avg. I remember we imported it somewhere, that is in our model, so we import it here also. Then say ratings underscore rating. I know it's quite some weird syntax that we are typing here. Then we say dot order by, and then we order by the negative of the rating, so the negative of the avg underscore rating. Okay, so what is all this? First, let's import the avg. I like to keep those ones here. So from django.db.models, we want to import avg, or not aggregate, avg, which is the average, because you know inside the database is still the raw averages or raw ratings that are stored. So we have to find the average before we can know that, okay, on average this is the highest, this is the lowest, this is this counts first, this counts last. So that is why we are, this is a relation that is created by Django in our database because of the relations that we assign to the individual models. And then this we are ordering by average rating. If we order by the negative, not the negative, but the avg rating like this, and then come here, and now it should work. So I think we worked on the popular. Did we? Okay, so this is the most popular. You see that now it's instead of it giving me this one because it has more reviews and the highest rates here also, it is giving me sorting it in the ascending order from smallest to highest, but we actually want it from the highest to lowest, which is the descending order. That is why I put a negative here, and that is the use of the negative. So if I refresh now, sort by this, I know that you see that this one counts first and then this one follows in that order. And so the same way, if we want to get by the latest, so you can say that elif sort equal to latest. What we want to do is movies equal to movies dot order by. This is quite simple. We want to order by the descending order of the created at field. That field is in our model. So if we visit our model here, you see there's the created at field, which stores the time that the model was created. And so that one too will sort it for us. If I just make sure that, so now the ones that I added recently are on top, and the ones that came earlier on are at the bottom. Great. So this side is working. So similarly, we work for the categories also, and then that will be it for the app. And so let's come here, and then first the category, I think it should be at the top before the sorting comes in. It can be anywhere, but I want to keep it here. So if I say if category, that means that if you have a particular category, we will not mark for all of them, even if it is one or none. But if it is none, you know that this will handle it and then nothing will happen. But if there's actually a category, then movies here should be equal to movies.filter, and then we want to filter by category __ insensitive contains, and then equal to category, so that particular category. And so we have to explicitly state the categories in here. So in our main templates, that one should be in the navbar. Is it? No. But leave the main navbar here, still inside index. So what we do is that, let me copy the syntax, come down a bit, and then this one, it will be category equals and action. Okay. And let me copy it for the rest. So this one will be comedy, science fiction, adventure, and then this is drama. Okay, but we have a similar thing inside our main navbar, because that one is for the mobile view. So what we'll do, okay, or let me just inspect. I think it's been a long time I inspected it. So in the mobile view, we don't actually have the flexibility of sorting by. So let me see by the most popular. It did. Latest. Okay, so it is only these two, but we did not implement it in the mobile. So let's go back, and then I think that one was inside index. So that is what will be in the main navbar. And let's look for the mobile navbar. If this is the desktop, then the mobile is app. So here, this is for the latest. So we'll paste the sort equal to latest, and then I can paste it and then say popular. Okay, so that we make sure that we have done it for all the screen sizes. Inspect, refresh, latest. Okay, it did work. Popular is also did work. So we know that one is also catered for. And for now, if we click on action, it says that unsupported I contains for child field or join method on the. Okay, so let's come back, close all of these for now, and then the category says that insensitive. Okay, it's not IN contains, it's I contains. Sorry about that. I was saying insensitive, and so I ended up typing IN. So if you see that now, I can also sort by this, and then that looks great. So it looks like we don't have anything else to do here, and so our app is complete. I really thank you that you stayed with me all through this while. And be sure to give it a thumbs up if you haven't done so, and be sure to share so that others will also learn from it. I hope you learned a lot from this video. Thank you very much once again for your time, and I will see you once again in another exciting build. Bye for now.